Hello, y'all. How we doing? How we doing tonight? Let's get us into the scene here. Hey, how y'all doing? I just, as always, went and checked my Twitter for the channel, and I see 2 replies to one of my hard-worked, 4-sentence-long tweets saying that we're about to go live. I gotta check it. And what do you think those replies were from? It's always like fucking scam art. I don't know if they're real artists or bots, because it's weird. I'm not sure if they're real graphic artists on there. I'm sure some of them are real, but I've just got these sorts of like spam messages kind of replying to my posts now, and I just kind of have to like, I just take a look at them and I'm like, hey, at least you're giving me free advertisement. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're all doing pretty well. I think we're coming up on a pretty emotional part of Please Be Happy. I'm pretty sure, because we just got through the first few days with Miho, and then right after that, we had the water elemental business, and they had to go into one of Juliet's back rooms, and essentially she's like, well, I'll tell you later. Afterwards, we have breakfast with her, and she's like, well, I have someone who I raised as a daughter named Cosette, and I'll take you to see her tomorrow. So you can only imagine how that's gonna go. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well tonight. I was hanging out watching some Life is Strange True Colors a little bit. And, like, I really want to play Life is Strange. I don't want to spoil myself too much, but it's irresistible, you know? It's so hard not to watch other people that I know stream sometimes, you know? Let me go send out a message here. Did I forget? I didn't forget anything, right? Yeah, correct, we're good. Okay. No problems there. Let's see, I don't think all the follower emotes that I had got through yet. Subscribers can now, okay, I don't care about subscribers. Okay, yes I do. I want to know about the follower emotes. I do care about the subscribers. Just the one, damn it. Okay. Hopefully my other 2 follower emotes get approved soon, because I really do want to give you guys something to work with. But for now, I also got a couple more emotes commissioned earlier today, because I just caught the end of a sale, I think, that my artist was having. So I just got a couple more commissioned. That should be okay for now. At least until we get, well, if I get more subs. I'm not going to count on anything, of course. But I'm going to do my best. But still, I got a couple more commissioned today. And apart from that, I think we're pretty much good. Had a little bit more coffee than usual today, so if my heart starts pounding like some sort of concert drum, then it is what it is. I'll try not to listen to it. I'll try to listen to my little tiny one brain cell thing in my head. I hope you're all doing good. A heartbeat monitor? It goes up when you get in chat. Hey, how are you doing there? This is some stuff that I know that you missed in Please Be Happy the first time. Look, I'm trying to get the bottom fingers approved for you, okay? I'll have them approved. Oh, well, we'll see if they get approved. If Twitch doesn't like them for some reason, then I'll try remaking them myself, maybe. And I was saying I also commissioned, 22 and 32 on that list that I sent you? So that'll be fine. But the follower emotes that I put in are not ready yet, unfortunately. Twitch is like upset with me. They're not upset with me, but they're holding them up for review right now. Whereas some things, like Vina Peak, just got through no problem. I think it's like if they detect, like, I don't know, skin tone or something, then they probably hold it up for review. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. I'll check them right now, even. Yeah, they're still up for review. It's all good. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing pretty well. You never played with that? Were you ever an affiliate? Or did you not get affiliate on Twitch when you were more active? Because you have a lot of, like, followers, don't you? You won't do extremes until after the thing. You gotta be BIS by now, man. There's no way that you're not BIS by now. Affiliate's the first thing, partner is the second thing, so you're not, how are you not BIS yet? But yeah, you had way more than I do, so. Apparently you have over 1,000 messages in the channel. Oh my god, I just heard myself through your channel when I clicked on your channel. Oh my god. Well, if that wasn't jarring enough there, oh my gosh. You need the EX2 earrings. That's pretty close. Should get that pretty soon, especially if we do it as a group or something too. Which, were you saying that you wanted to do it as a group next week? But also the mount farm. Do you need to farm it now? It's gonna be faster to farm, like, in 7.5. Like, I might try to run it next week, yeah. Well, I haven't run it at all. But Vina, what? It gives you, okay. Yeah. But it'll be faster to farm when you have 3 tiers of gear on these extremes. You know what I'm saying? I, like, came into your channel and it started auto-playing and scared the shit out of me. But yeah, we're gonna be playing some of this today. I might start tomorrow off with the personality test VN, maybe? And then go into FF10. We're at least gonna be 2 more streams of FF10. I did look something up, and there is a lot of content to do right before the end. But I don't want to go into much of the endgame stuff in FF10. I want to get Anima, I want to get the Magus Sisters, and then I'm good to go. I don't want to do any of the super bosses. I don't want to do penance. I don't want to do the ultimate weapons. I don't want to do Omega. I just want to beat the game. Maybe I'm probably not going to do Ultimate Weapon, but Ultimate Weapon's not too difficult. But I don't want to do any of that shit. I just want to get casual top, I know, right? I am a casual top. I just want to get the Aeons that I need and go beat the game. And maybe any low-hanging fruit too. Just grab it. And then we can beat the game. I don't know how hard the game is going to be to beat. I've been told that, Jesus Christ, yeah. I've been told that the 3rd Seymour fight is the 2nd hardest fight in the game. So, I beat that pretty handily, but the 2nd Seymour fight kicked my ass. So we'll see about that. Or the 2nd hardest fight in the main story, I should say. Because obviously you have, like, Penance, who has 12 million HP, and inflicts you with every status effect on every hit kind of thing. And I'm not doing Penance. If I care about Penance, I'll go watch a YouTube video of Penance. Yeah, that's my thoughts. Probably 2.5 more streams, maybe 3. of Final Fantasy X. That's the estimate. So if we're gonna do Extreme next week, then that means I won't stream on Thursday, because I'll be with you in Final Fantasy XIV. Because I'm not gonna stream your group, obviously. I could stream maybe before it a little bit, like an hour, but that's not really good for like my followers, I think. I feel like people would prefer to have a little bit more time with me than just 1 hour, you know? If they were going to have any time with me at all. So yeah, maybe Thursday, no stream. Possibly Friday. If you could tell me before Sunday, it'd be nice, but I'm not gonna hold you to it. If not, I'll just say that Thursday and Friday are to be determined. I'm not gonna hold you to it. But yeah. So I hope everybody who's watching today has been doing well. We're gonna, oh, thank you, Kimmy. Thank you for the head pats. Wait, why did I just reach for my water when you gave me head pats? Kimmy, I think there's some sort of Pavlovian thing going on here. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. SMHing my head, Lana. SMHing my head. Alright. What are those? What did you say? Scream, oh my god. How do I add channel points to somebody? Add channel points. How do I do that? That's not a Nightbot feature. Give channel points. I'm gonna give Kimmy some channel points for that. Hi there, Kimmy. How you doing? I think it's a moderator, like, thing? Okay, if you don't want to load web page, that's fine too. I just wanted to do something nice for once in my life. I do need follow me emotes. So I have, I was saying earlier, before you got here, I have 2 emotes commissioned right now that I just purchased, and they'll be on their way in the next week. And I have 2 that are under review right now by Twitch. And I don't know when they're gonna be ready, because they have to be personally reviewed, and they might even get denied, in which case I'll have to like do something to like make them better. Or maybe like hand draw them or something. But yeah, I have I do have one. I have Vina Peak. But the shot, so the bottom fingers, I'm working on that right now, and I'm working on a cat carrier. Yeah, a little peak, but it's not animated. I'm working on it right now. If the bottom fingers and cat carrier get denied, then oh well, I'll have to find a way around that. And we have 2 more commissions that are I literally just sent them out to the artist today, and just gave her the reference for my character. So it's gonna be about a week. But just know that I'm working on it. It's just it hasn't been like super high priority yet compared to other things. Oh, thanks for the added dry food. Oh, you were able to give them dry food? Well, thank you, Lana. If we can, I'll give like dry food rewards, like I'm fucking dangling the treats out for my viewers here. You know, okay, am I sadistic for like, when I went to feed my cat some treats earlier, I would like hold them in my hand and I would like make her spin around a little bit? I'd like hold it out in front of her and like run her in a circle. Am I sadistic for that? Because I did that earlier today. As I'm aging my head. Look at all those cat shakes. Spooky shakes. Alright. Are we ready to be emotionally damaged, or do you want me to stall a little bit more to help you feel better about yourselves? Because I can emotionally damage you. Don't worry about it. You're still looking for the option somewhere? Okay. Is that a Nightbot thing? I can check Nightbot real quick. Check it for you here. Yeah, log in. I've logged in every single time. Alright, commands. Defaults. Okay, it is not a Nightbot command. Although I do have some Nightbot commands. Like, you can try... I have some Nightbot commands, for example, in my stream title that you can try on your own. Smile. I also have a alert command now. So if you want to... Oh, I should put the alert command in the title. I'm a fucking idiot sometimes. There we go. Lurk. Boom. Alert command in title. Now we're good to go. Okay. So...
How far did we get last time?
How far did we get last time? We saved the water elemental. And we went into that back room, right? That Juliet was, like, weird about going into. Afterwards, she goes and tells, Miho, like, hey, I had a daughter, her name was Cosette. And Miho's like, can I go see her? She's in Wellington. And so Juliet's like, okay, we'll go see my daughter in the morning. And that's where we're at right now. Chapter 3. Oh my fucking god, what just happened? Why did my water bottles go off? I didn't receive a thing for that. That was you? What did you do? What the fuck did you just do? You're looking at the mod view? I didn't even receive a message for that going off. I just got jump scared. At all the point... Wait, did you... Did you just accept all the point redeems at one time and jump scare the shit out of me? Okay. Chapter 3, Day 5. Those left behind. There's a second page. I almost deleted it, holy shit. Please don't jump scare me again, you bastard. That was so loud in my ears. My poor little cat ears. Let me take a sip of water real quick. Water. Let me hydrate myself. Alright. No more jump scares. We're not playing a horror game unless I get 1800 bits. The morning air is fresh and crisp, the plants all around us looking healthier for the drink last night. Oh, thank you for the reminder. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Alrighty, when we're back.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day, not too cold and not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured, and even as she walks, her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile to myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Though she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
Juliet looks concerned. We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers, and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Hey there, Ralph. I hope you're ready to be emotionally damaged.
Yes, we're very nearly there.
She's pretty
I'm
lucky
sorry.
to live in a place like this, huh?
This is Bolton Street Park.
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a badder fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face just from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again we walk on past the turns which lead to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. The one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, silent breath, then smiles and gestures down at the offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
I'm gonna hit the ad now, so that you guys have a chance to avoid it in less than 5 minutes. I'm letting you add dodge here. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Ralph. I was saying that we're working on some follower emotes right now. I got 2 commissioned, 2 awaiting approval. The bottom fingers among them. Although I can't say that it'll be ready or not. We'll have to see. But yeah. We'll have the bottom fingers for you in just a little bit, don't you worry. The ad is just so that we can dodge the ad when it would have appeared in the middle of the scene. Did you ever find how to do that, Ralph? Alright. Nodding. Oh, sorry, not Ralph. Alana. I mixed up the two of you. Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away, I notice that something is a little off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want to get to wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path that we were on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
In the shade of one of the trees is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time. Lanakin, worst time. That was the worst time. That was the worst time to hit me with everything that I have for redeems. In the shade of one of the trees is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. There's a C, then an O, and then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know, but I wanted you to.
She turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as I stand there, helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Were that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try to force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she.
Juliet's voice acting.
That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit.
It might be a Twitch-based glitch because my audio is perfectly fine at the moment.
Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. promised her that I would...
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch, my own emotions a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, there's something else. Something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She's also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as some misplaced need or desire.
So I can in terms of the game volume issue, the game volume in OBS looks fine, but there is a Twitch-based glitch on their end of processing that can cause warbling in the background sound quite a bit, and that's a Twitch-based processing issue, and it will go away when they like over time. It's something that happens a lot, because especially if it's different from person to person.
There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so mature. An attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho, to be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him. It's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant, there is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s.
What of quote?
A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox.
I'm sorry if you're having technical issues at the moment, but if other people aren't, then it sounds like an issue with the mobile client at the moment. But I hope that it resolves soon. Like, I'll turn the game up a little bit. Anymore, and it can be too much for my
For a
voice.
human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day, but there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live, and when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others. For tomorrow, to die is human. To live is a privilege.
Let me know if the game is too loud now, because it might be... I turned it up a little bit, but also right now there's not any audio playing when I'm in this menu, so don't worry about it. With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans, Cosette, someday Aspen, but also, even mine, my person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too. Long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago. Generations ago. As I run farther and farther away, one thought echoes above the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth, and with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling pulling and tugging at me. The one that I had taken over Juliet as we stood there. One I've heard of, but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship, everything. For nothing. That word swirls in my head. A dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop, not even knowing where I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I did never have to think or make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to, even if she found me. I wonder if she's still looking. Juliet, who always seemed so calm and put together, behind that mask, she was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known, too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away, yet she never told me. Aspen, too. Suddenly, every pained look or topic changed whenever I brought up Jongin makes sense. They both knew, and they were hiding it from me all along. This whole time, letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It was so simple, too, so obvious. If I had just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop crying, Miho.
With a few deep breaths, I manage to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again once I'm certain it won't turn to a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been instant and faceless to me, but now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Jongin was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back in the direction where I came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library since it's the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together. Or at least, her memories of me. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Cosette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday? Potentially even stronger? Maybe she was right, the other Gumio. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen, only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold them back. Slouching on my side, I don't even try. There's no point. As I suspected, in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I could only imagine what I must look like, covered in blankets and lying on the floor. I must look pathetic, childish. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet just trails off, still just inside the door. I could see her legs and cane, but not her face. I could picture the concern on it, though.
Didn't mean to what?
The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend. Not now. She let herself in here, she can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted to...
So you did know.
I cut her off without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I pushed myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glared daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew.
Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
She stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here.
I did, yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Though tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that.
Damn. That's a good note from the voice actor.
But this really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Oh, Justify, how you doing? Yeah, we're in emotional damage territory. And Possum, how you doing? Glad to see you two here. Angry Miho, I know. Also, Lana, I mean, when I checked the audio on my side, there was nothing wrong with it whatsoever. So that's why I assumed it was a Twitch-based issue. I hope there's not any. I hope everything sounds okay on your end. I turned up the game volume a little bit. Tell me if it's too loud or too soft. I can crank it down a little bit if I need to at all. Anyway, back to this. Oh, and also, I'm glad to see you two here. Oh, there's the air conditioner. Glad to see you two here. It's been a little bit.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
Fat lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles, and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blanket back up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but to think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else.
Go away.
To my relief, she doesn't try to argue. Doesn't even try to say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. Big Sag Mayhem. Also, Justify and Foss, I'm on my second playthrough right now. We are going to do a Juliet ending. And I think there's a choice coming up very soon. Also, we're trying to get Mr. Kim as well. Everything hurts when I wake up. Damp pillows still covering me. My face and head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling out a groan of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours, and Juliet too eventually. I don't know what to say, or even what I want to hear. As much as I'd like to avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows I can't. Instead, my magic and my indeed force me to conform like always. Either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I actually restarted from the start of the game. So I redid the entire first chapter. And nothing really changes if you do the first start too. Yeah, I had a save partway through chapter 2. I didn't know what choices I'd made up to that point. So I just started from the beginning again. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold. And I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library's already open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and brownie apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to decide how to greet me, uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet SMHs her head, looking a little more confident in emotion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
The patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then, if she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is, I'm not sure I could pull off mine now. Not sure I could pull mine off now, like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guest on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a little bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there. Oh, cheap viewers, we already got some cheap viewers today. There you go. See you in the trash. because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So instead, I just focus on putting one foot in front of the other and paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings. Just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working at the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you alright?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I just want to pet Miho right now.
Let me get,
The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon. Thanks.
That's how we're lay down, pet him, alright? When will someone do that to me? Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup down in front of me before taking her seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Maybe, Mona, maybe.
Coffee! What else? Espresso? You look like you need it.
Last time I had an espresso, it felt like I was gonna, like... I don't know. My heart was beating so fast, I was, like, sweating all over. It felt like I was actually going to explode. Hey there, Ezekiel, how you doing? We're playing some, we're in a very sad part of, a visual novel here. I hope you're doing well.
One of your recipes? No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
Oh, I'm okay tonight, Ezekiel. I'm not, you know, I'm not like Miho over here. I'm okay. Not too terrible. Having some technical issues, but I think it's on their side, unfortunately. If you do a scuff voice reading of the short story, yeah, you were reading me the short stories because you have the physical copy signed by Josh, right? I wouldn't mind watching that sometime. That'd be really cool. Wasn't there one about Silver in there? Anyway, back to Big Sanch. As soon as Aspen takes a second look at my face, I see her take on the same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again, just to hide myself.
Yeah?
There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
I'll talk a little bit more because it looks like the ad is going off right now. But, if there are any audio issues, please, like, let me know. I truly think that whatever they were experiencing was probably a Twitch side issue or Wi-Fi side issue or some issue with their mobile client, because there's nothing wrong on my end. But if there are any audio issues, please let me know, and I'll do my best to work on them. Might take like a refresh or something. But yeah, And I feel bad whenever there are audio issues that are preventing people from getting to enjoy it, you know? I feel bad. I just wish that there was something I could do. Because I want everyone to be able to sit here and enjoy my dramatic readings. And if they can't, well, that's what it is. There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. I pull away immediately. Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond. Mysterious MP3 file. I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's been lingering on my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
It would be funnier if you included that MP3 file with like a really sketchy, like backroom style, found footage, glitchy camera, like recording of it too. So it just appears as like some like 25461 death MP3.mp3 or something.
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours? No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not gonna be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get it out there. At least then we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Her hand toys uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry, It's okay. Juliet already said it. Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking. Really? It's fine.
I cut her off flatly before she can start over-apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to, soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you. More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
Poor me,
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself, and to her, and to Juliet. Sitting here silently, stewing in my emotions, what felt like a burning rage last night now feels less explosive. I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid of before, like run away. Voice acting is amazing, yes. Absolutely. When that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward, and I don't have to know to be sad or mad or anything else. Oh, and I know to be sad or anything else. Right now, seeing how sad it is also made Juliet... Oh my god, I can't read. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel. Or try to. Yeah, the voice acting is very great. Miho's little explosion earlier, wonderful. The distance in her voice right now, great. Juliet talking about Cosette, it was very well done. Closing my eyes for a beat, I make my first real decision since leaving for Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when. I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know. Okay, that works for me.
If Zeke's still here, I'm glad that you're okay today, and what have you been playing recently? I stand up slowly and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous though that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I mean, I would be exceptionally worried about that. I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I SMH my head.
No. I won't go anywhere.
That's our girl, Miho. We don't have anything else to do except for go straight to the botanical garden. Oh yeah, it's a scene. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere, just for a change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride up the botanic garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When I step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for. Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but we never really go anywhere else.
I feel better now than I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click-click sound as it taps against the stone path. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. You suck up some water here. 69 dry food worth of water. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by. Signs which I, of course, have never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
That's breaking the fourth wall. Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talk about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research.
I love how much they describe Aspen as being sort of mousy.
I hadn't realized there was more to this park than just this one garden. Really? Like what? There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
Uh-oh. The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. Why do all vampires dress like they're from the 1800s? Like, why do they need to? I mean, I understand why, because, like, it's good looking shit, man. Like, don't you want to see me in, like, a frilly dress shirt, you know? High point of their society. But, like, it doesn't help them blend in. In fact, it makes them stand out more. Yes. That's 2 votes yes. Any more yeses and shit? Can run a poll for this at some point. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the botanic garden from here. I even spot the main gate. Far across, the same rolling green hills I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches. Okay, but I mean, if you're a vampire, like, you've got to agree it's convenient to have clothes that don't require a handmaiden to get yourself into. I mean, maybe I'd prefer if a handmaiden helped me get dressed every day, so that we could have, like, that constant sexual tension between a queen and her servants. But, like, you know, I'll leave my personal fantasies out of this for now.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen? It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though. Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare. You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head, before I started living at the library. I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky, before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation. But where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, but I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning. The very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both SMH their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Changin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Changin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could.
I love the sections where it's just long dialogues like this, where they also subvert expectations on the format.
I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away.
Trying to crack my
And
neck.
eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Tongin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Chongin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished,
Good
we
guy,
sat together for a
Chongin.
while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time.
Head pats, everybody.
Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks. But it was the last time I'd ever
Thank you
seen
for the
them.
head pats.
When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive. I followed Jungin's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jungin had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears, but this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they? Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head pats again, everybody, and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg. Okay, don't inspect my legs. Those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did, but also, they make me smile too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic, so their memory should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special. To me, and I hope to Changin too. And so, I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me. There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on. Both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry.
So, I heard from a writer, a published author who has many fantasy novels written, and he said that if your story could be resolved with somebody putting a post-it note or something on the kitchen or on the refrigerator door, and the antagonist coming and seeing that post-it note and being like, okay, let's think that that conflict is solved. That's a bad conflict. But this is not one of those situations. Even if they could have just told her, because there's a lot more to it than just telling her. And this is what it is, essentially. Like, they need that trust level to be able to broach the subject and clean up that conflict. Yeah, that's a little thing that I heard very recently when I was listening to like a podcast from a writer last night, and it reminded me of this.
I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens.
Basically, they're saying like people hate when there's a miscommunication could solve the whole conflict, like in King Lear. If like Cordelia and King Lear actually sat down and talked to each other, then there wouldn't be that entire play. This is different though.
Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Yes. Hell yes, Miho. Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly. Then Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go to. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself by never getting to know anyone too well. By withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again. while even causing hurt to others.
That's our girl.
I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
I'm pregnant with your child. She begins telling Aspen about Cosette, in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Zeke. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes.
God, that's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I like Aspen's poor Korean pronunciation of that.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhongyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone.
I remember when the first time we played through this, we had to stop here for a second.
Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday. There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I want it to stay like that.
My cheeks burned from saying something like that out loud for the first time ever. But I like saying it, because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened, and I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Then, spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. I'm gonna stop here for a second. Fucking Aspen's face right here can't be beat. Absolutely can't be beat. Miho's one fucking tooth, man. It can't. I know, right? Unfortunately, Juliet doesn't get very much screen time right there, but yeah. Aspen can't be beat. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe all the way to now, it's chilly out here in the gardens, the cool evening air. But it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms, and I smile to myself and to them, and to anyone who may be watching.
Mine too.
After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library, and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions of the last few days. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit like always, and conversation with books and work in Wellington. Ready? After cleaning up, but before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
Wait, what? What happens this weekend?
Head empty.
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Somebody slap a head empty on me.
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
Me
No,
Hopon
I'm
again.
not turning 12.
How old are you turning?
Not 12.
I thought parties were a thing you got to
Thank
do your
you.
whole life. That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Oh, you missed? Try again. Her brow gets some more creases, like she's trying to explain that this is as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose.
I mean, I don't feel like talking to people. That doesn't mean I don't want to have a party. Okay. No, I don't like having events. I'd rather people just, like, come to me and say, you know, happy birthday, whatever the fuck. Get out of my face. Here, I'm gonna slap you a little bit, slap and a cuddle, just like your Valifor, you know. Do I want a birthday party, Vina? No, I don't want a birthday. Okay, well, we can do like a birthday subathon if you guys want. Would you like a birthday subathon? Everybody gets their nicest collar out with a nice oh wait. Sorry, a Twitch subathon. A Twitch subathon. Everybody gets their credit card. Same thing. You know, service dom versus fin dom, what's the difference, really? You know, we're all in bondage if you consider capitalism.
When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real. So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
What's a calorie?
I had this fat fucking cookie today from the food pantry. This fat little son of a bitch. It was like an inch tall, and it was great. Okay, that's the highlight of my day. Capitalism is it's absolutely much rougher, you know. It doesn't stop when you say pineapple. Fucking capitalism.
Never mind.
You know, Miho has a point.
She does?
I do!
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
I suppose you're right.
25 is
For
not
the
a reason to
record, I'm only
celebrate.
turning 24, thank you very much. Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend.
25 and above is a reason to mourn.
Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
I hope everyone wears black with like the big frilly hats for my birthday subathon.
That's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy. I'm not leaving Welly until late Thursday evening, though. Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
Yeah, of course.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
Absolutely. Well, I like that tone of voice, Juliet. Keep talking to me.
That would be nice, thank you. No gifts, though. It won't be a party.
That's easy, because I wouldn't know what to get you anyway. Where do you want to go?
Well, if we were playing the other route of this game, it would be get her a kiss.
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To my apartment. I do have my own place to live, you know. And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
See, this game is a fantasy because Aspen can afford an apartment while working in a cafe and writing a book.
Of course I want to!
I mean it. It's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
And she can feed 2 cats with it.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
Not that bad, Aspen.
I'd love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
It's fine, Aspen.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
I can't wait!
The 3 of us chit-chat for a while longer until it's time for all of us to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans
Oh,
for
here
the day?
here comes the choice.
Not yet. Why?
All around sound good. I didn't change really anything. So it's I'm pretty sure it's Twitch side. It almost always is a Twitch side glitch, which unfortunately I can do nothing about because I don't own Twitch.tv. You know, I've been watching on this site since it was Justin TV.
I was planning to go see a movie soon. Would you like to come with me? You're more than welcome too, of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for
Sorry,
you.
I'm gonna have to say no to you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that you enjoy it though.
You're okay, kid. Don't have, there's no problem. Don't worry about it.
I understand. Miho?
Things will happen, and sometimes a little thing can become something much larger than it actually is, and I understand that. You know? For me, it will be like, some fucking bot gets in my DMs or something, and I'm like, for fuck's sake, is anybody actually watching this shit? But, yeah, no, it's all fine. Sometimes you just have to remind yourself to give yourself some, emotional grace, I should say. Beatbot, you're a bot in my DMs? Yes, you are. Well, I hope that I can provide chilling for you. Like a little ice cooler. But yeah, you're the bot in my DMs, Lana. But I haven't smacked you with Banhammer yet. So you must be entertaining.
It's fine if you don't want to come along, but the showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
There are bots that I haven't banned from the channel. Or at least, like, people that are trying to advertise shit to me that I haven't banned from the channel because, like, Like, one of them followed me, for example, and I'm like, I'm not gonna delete their follow. They're helping me with that. You know? It's like, hey, if I could profit off of their misery, works for me. Alright. First choice of basically, well, no, this is second choice because we've also been working with Mr. Kim. This is the first big choice here. And we are going to rest at home with Juliet. Like, an absolute stick in the mud. But we have to.
I'm not really in the mood for a movie today, I think.
Sorry, Aspen.
It's fine. Maybe another time.
Yeah, definitely.
Poor Aspen. Aspen gathers her things and departs, where Juliet remains in the kitchen with me.
So, you're not gonna go to sleep yet? It's the time you usually do, right?
It's okay, we saw what happens at the movie. Yeah, if you're so disappointed. We saw what happens at the movie, though, the last time we played, so you can go check the VODs, or if the VODs are already gone, check my YouTube for the first playthrough there, if you really wanna see what the Aspen experience looks like.
It is, yes.
How can I do
As I
Aspen dirty
said,
like
I won't be
this?
up too much longer, but I have a few tasks that I'd like
Believe
to finish
me, it takes willpower to say no to Aspen. It hurts me as much as it hurts you.
Like what? Anything I can help with?
It's like in fucking Baldur's Gate 3, when, number one, when I kicked out Karlach and Will from the party, before I went and killed all the tieflings. That shit hurted. Then the Dark Urge killing you-know-who. That shit hurted. I loved her. And then when Gale left the party, because he's like, I can't believe you made me do this. And then when I killed Isabella, do you know how much pain I put myself through in that evil Dark Urge playthrough? Looking around the library, I don't really see anything that needs to be done.
I'm afraid not. Although I appreciate it. It's for my research services. You're welcome to keep me company, though, if you'd like.
Well, I'll help you with your services.
Sure. I forget you do that sometimes.
I tend to work on it at night, after you've gone to sleep. Come, let's head to my study.
I follow her up the stairs and into her office. She sits down at the desk and opens her laptop, while also moving a stack of books and papers closer to her. You know how much I love nerdy girls. Like, you know, they're irresistible. Especially when they start going off about something. I walk around the room a little, examining the shelves. There aren't any bats in the corner today.
I never noticed how many books there are in here.
Although the library shelves downstairs are full, it seems like there must be just as many books here. Maybe even more. Some shelves even have more than one row to them, with stacks built in front of stacks.
Ah, yes. Some of them are old and fragile, and not suited to be handled by so many people.
Same here, Juliet, same here.
Others travel between the shelves down there and up here as I need them. Some aren't books per se, but essays or diaries or treaties.
Picking a book at random, I carefully remove it from the shelf and examine it. I'm able to read the sole word on the cover. Journal. When I open it up, it's full of handwritten pages. I return it to its place.
And you've read all of these?
Heavens no. I don't think even I've been alive long enough for that.
Yeah, even someone who's been alive for centuries still has a bookshelf of things they haven't read. I've got a bookshelf over there of things I haven't read. Like, I haven't read Dune. Oh my god, my model's freaking out there. I haven't read Dune over there, but I have Dune. I read like the first chapter, and I was like, ah, no thank you. I read like the Gom Jabbar scene, and that's it.
I've read some, of course. Others I've only skimmed through as needed. Still, others were entrusted to me for safekeeping, rather than for their academic or entertainment value.
Now, I haven't read Stormlight. I also have the first 3 books of A Song of Ice and Fire. I've read through a Game of Thrones, but I haven't read through the next 2. I got like halfway through the second book in that series, and I was like, this is shit. And I put it down. I felt that about Game of Thrones, so I didn't like Game of Thrones very much. Because it is so unfocused of a book that it's like, I can't really... And everybody dies. So it's like, you don't give me any time to actually care for your fucking characters. Like, I wanted to care more for Ned Stark. I really did. But I couldn't. You didn't give me any time with them, and you just killed them all off. So, you wonder how I like the first and second Stormlight article. That's by what's his fate? Brandon Sanderson? Or is that someone else? I take a seat in the chair across from her.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It can be. There have been fewer requests as of late, but I'm honored to be entrusted with them.
I trust Sanderson more than I trust George R. R. Martin, though.
Whether it's a family photo album or half-written novel, many people have memories and
Juliet,
legacies that
turn up the gain on your
others
microphone.
may not have the means to do so.
Juliet, you're so quiet. Sound, voice. Crank you up over here, Juliet.
My pleasures are simple. A lovely night and fresh tea are more than... I live to see the smiles of others.
That's better.
That includes yours.
Oh my god, Juliet. You're killing me here. That was so good.
So I hold on to them here. And
Wait,
over time,
you're still quiet.
generations even, they're sometimes remembered and asked about, or even taken back. Either by the person who first brought them, or by a family member seeking to learn more about an ancestor.
I'm not the only one. Yeah, the mixing for this scene.
There are hundreds of years of history in this room. And I'm not just talking about you and me.
It's like Ishtola and Dawn Trail. She needs to turn up the gain on her microphone. It takes me a second to laugh. I'm not used to Juliet making jokes.
So, what exactly is it you do?
Come here. I'll show you.
There you go. She gestures for me to join her beside the desk, turning her computer screen so I can see it. There's a photo of a fabled person with antlers like a
This
deer's.
gentleman passed away several decades ago. Recently, I was contacted by one of his grandchildren, who was still young when it happened. He said that his grandfather once made it into one of the Wellington newspapers, and was hoping I could find the article.
Did you?
See for yourself.
She gestures to a folded newspaper lying in a stack of papers nearby. It's so old that it's begun turning yellow, and all the edges are frayed. But sure enough, there's a grainy black and white photo of a fabled man, although he's way younger in the picture.
He had taken first prize in a singing competition at a local fair, and his picture was featured along with a summary of the event.
I look a bit closer. It's hard to tell, but he's smiling in the photo, next to a trophy.
Whoa. Can't believe you were able to find this.
I hear that rather frequently, and it's rewarding every time. In this case, I've already scanned the article and sent it to the grandson, so now I just need to return this paper to its proper place.
I walk back around to the other side of the desk and sit down again.
This one was on the simpler side, because all I had to do was peruse newspapers from that time. More complex requests that require consulting multiple sources can take me much longer.
Jeez, I had no idea. They must pay you a lot, right?
No, no. I don't ask for any payment. The work itself is a reward in its own right.
Good girl,
I
Juliet.
find it fascinating to revisit so many different pasts.
That sounds like Aspen talking about books. Visiting other worlds.
Yes, it's quite similar. Although Aspen much prefers fiction and novels to this sort of thing.
Maybe someday you can have a copy of her book in here too.
Yes, I hope so. Although it would deserve to be downstairs where it can be freely enjoyed by all.
Yeah, I think it's the dialogue mixing of this scene in particular. Everybody's microphone is turned down.
That'd be nice. I hope lots of people read it when it comes out.
Juliet smiles in agreement and begins to open up books that lay out documents. I get up and browse around some more, examining the shelves. She said I could keep her company, but watching the way she's reading so intently, going from source to source, I know I'd just be distracting her if I try. Eventually, I try to quietly slip out the door, but Juliet notices me.
Oh, are you leaving? I'm sorry, I haven't been a very good host.
It's fine. I can tell you're really busy. Thanks for showing me everything, though.
Of course. Thank you for joining me.
Anytime. You're gonna go to bed after this, right? So, I'll see you later then.
That's right. Have a great day, Miho.
You too. Good night and good luck with your work.
Waving goodbye, I step out into the hallway alone. We don't have anybody to do right now, so, what are you guys thinking we should go to? We'll turn her back down a little bit, like to there. Where are we going? I don't remember what I did last time, but I think I went to the botanical garden around this time. Previously. Roll a dice. A d6. Okay, I'll roll one real quick. Roll d6 into Google. 2. Bell House. We're going to the Bell End Cafe. Something feels weird in the Bell House today, but I can't quite put my finger on it. What could it be? Did they redecorate? Is there someone watching me? Is there a gas leak? Wait, I think I got it. All the other patrons are reading books. Like proper paper books, not just fake books on their computers. The covers are all the same style, so it occurs to me that maybe these are all students doing assigned readings or cramming for a test. I'm so glad I don't have to go to school. Still, being the only person without a book is making me feel kind of left out. Maybe I'll go hold a book for a while at the library to feel better. We have another do anything we want. Anyone have a choice for this one? Or should we just do whatever? I might go to the waterfront. We haven't been to the waterfront in a while. We're not going to see Mr. Kim there, though, because it doesn't show his icon on here. Also, it's Friday now, isn't it? Which means this is the night before Aspen leaves. The fish market is in full force right now, rows and rows of display tidily showing off freshly caught fish, with lines of people twisting all around the market waiting to purchase the goods. That was a hell of a sentence. As I walk through the crowds, the dead eyes of hundreds of fish seem to pierce my soul. Don't get me wrong, I'm not squeamish about raw fish in the slightest. I mean, I've caught and eaten plenty of fish as a fox before. But isn't there something a little morbid about lining up their little bodies for everyone to ogle? For me, I just eat them right after catching them. And that's when they're best. And it seems more respectful to the fish. I guess that's why they're the merchants and not me. I thought that said morticians at first. Right, Aspen's home. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over. The two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable-looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over.
Miho, Juliet, over here. Aspen!
She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet.
No! Stay back, you two.
I'm gonna turn the voices up in general just a little bit. There we go. I freeze, halfway to where she is.
What's wrong? I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something. Whoa!
Yeah, this is far from a dirt hole. The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and microwave. That's a bed I remember sleeping in. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of whoa.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
You love the
What's
stuffed bunny on the
wrong?
bed?
Don't worry.
I'm sure Aspen would love a stuffed fox on the bed, too. I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair. Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
I take my seat with my back against the dresser, while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion.
Oh yeah! Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you? You don't look any older. I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe.
Breaking the fourth wall and telling me I've already
Now you
done
understand
everything.
why I never have people over. It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around.
It's fine.
But, yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Same.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away
Oh
that
my
I
god,
enjoy,
it's so hot.
but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
Hold on, I need to readjust and slightly disrobe, not unrobe. But like, oh my god, it's so hot in here. Don't worry about what I'm taking off. Everything is perfectly fine. Do you ever have that feeling when you feel like you're hungry, but you also feel like you're really not hungry at the same time? Oh, thank you for the ad. Am I the only one? Yes? Okay, thank you. Alright. Should I take a drink of water? I should probably take a drink of water, shouldn't I? Because nobody's giving me hydrate. Alright.
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Same.
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right. Let's get going then.
I'm surprised you didn't bottom key smash when I made the stuffed fox on the bed comment. The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at a pier not far from the museum I visited. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts over the ocean itself. We get seated right away at a long table with metal stools.
It sure smells fishy. It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us, and promises to come take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus and start flipping through. So I do the same. Lies. What am I lying about?
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Oh, fishy fish. You know, fresh fish don't smell that bad. No.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from here. I'm even able to read some of the words, like fish and corn, but there are others that I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen? Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it. I usually get the clam chowder or
Clam
fish
chowder.
and chips if I want to hate myself later. Oh.
Oh.
What's chowder? It's like a thick soup. Oh. Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells. They do that for you. No shells involved. Whoa! That's nice of them.
Miho Pog.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat? Oh, I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you can. Well,
Oops, sorry.
not as a paying customer, at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV. I hope you enjoy your first time then.
Yeah, there's usually like one British guy in the background of every restaurant, like yelling at them and throwing cusses at them, right? That's how restaurants work.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Don't worry, I wasn't.
A nearby door swings open, and for a second I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket. A number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it.
Wait. Is that...
They take the bucket to another table and set it down, along with a big pile of napkins.
the crab? Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch, fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind.
I want that!
Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long, long time since I've had it though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
And now Juliet's a little bit more overpowering than the others. Our waiter shows back up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before long. I'll just adjust her back down a little bit there, so she turned the gain up on her microphone. I sip my water and thank you, let me sip some water real quick. Sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
Does Juliet ever ask them for like, hey, can you give me all the blood that the fish have bled out?
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
How long Juliet has been saving money? Well, she doesn't go out very often, so her money for pleasure is probably saved up quite high. But I also don't think she has that big of an income. She probably doesn't pay anything except for property taxes, income taxes. Like she doesn't pay, probably doesn't pay a mortgage. She has it all in Bitcoin, cash out, hopefully. Well, doesn't pay a mortgage. She doesn't pay off any vehicles because she doesn't own any vehicles. She's definitely paid off any sort of tuition she's ever had. And so she doesn't eat that much human food. You serrated with that? What? Oh, Bitcoin? I was like, what? The thing where she asked them for all the fish blood or something? Imagine what my life would have been like if I was in Bitcoin.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai
Oh no, the blueberry
latte
scone
with a
again.
blueberry scone.
Imagine, I would have so much better of a microphone.
Were you working there yet?
My VTuber model would be insane. You know. Iron Mouse would be jealous. No, I can't compare. And also, a lot of it's different styles too when it comes to VTuber models. There's only so much you can do with quality. It's at that point it's just quantity and style, you know. Quantity being different expressions, outfits, etc. Effects, you know.
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly.
Very.
Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months. She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole place? I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too. I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one,
Your book.
I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript. I sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
Oh, congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
It's the best birthday party ever.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Thank you. That's a good question.
Imagine.
I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying.
Imagine your news for your birthday party is, oh, I have a publisher lined up, and I have a promotion. No. My news for a birthday party is I have a surgery lined up, and I'm suffering.
Other than that, I will need to find some new ways to fill my day. If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before a waiter comes out of the kitchen carrying a giant bucket like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools like the other group.
Well,
Miho
let's
Pog.
not just stare. Dig in.
I don't even know where to start.
Just rip a leg off. I grab one of the pieces close to me. It's hot, so hot that I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try to cool it down. Cool it down. While oh god. Blow to clo. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses a tool to crack the shell and get to the meat. They got pizza, nice. What kind of pizza? Aspen seems to know what she's doing too. Once it's cool enough for her to handle. Now, I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works.
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. Feel my eyes go wide with how good it is.
Enjoying it?
How good can just a single piece of crab really be?
Yeah.
I quickly finish the piece I was eating and then rush to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. For a while, the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. I'll take a sip of water to that. I don't know, I don't really enjoy crab too much. Or I've never found crab to be, like, outstanding. When our waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty, I sadly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag. Juliet seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
Yeah, I've never been impressed by any crab that I've ever eaten, you know? It's always tasted one-dimensional, but I guess I've never had good crab. Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
Next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags him down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. My birthday instead of Aspen's. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore. We leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
Welcome back.
Of course. It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Kilos.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
I suppose Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah. Let's just walk slow.
Still, I manage a weak wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
So what happens, theoretically, if Miho eats like 2 pounds of crabs and then transforms back into a fox? Does the 2 pound of crab shrink down to a normal fox level? Or is there 2 pounds of crabs bloated inside the fox? And if it does shrink down to the fox level, can she then transform back and have very little crab inside of her? Does the crab transform? Don't think too hard. But I am thinking about it. Because if the 2 pounds of crab shrinks down with her, and then she transforms back, does the 2 pounds of crab transform back with her? Or does it say shrunken down to like 2 grams, or not 2 grams, but like 2 ounces? You know? These are answers about the magic system that I need answering here. Where's Studio Elon? Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home.
Yeah. Let's go.
The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Oh, wait, it says morning, and we just said afternoon. Although she shows up at breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like yes please and no thanks. From the way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I figure she's just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Miho, are you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah!
Oh
this
no.
way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Guys, I just realized what choice I have to make next. And I am depressed.
Precisely. Thank you.
Of course!
More depressed than usual. Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hugs kind of look kind of weird. People have come up with the strangest ways to show that they care about each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
You know what choice I have to make,
Will
Ralph.
do. We won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow, just to be safe.
What if you tell me that you can't? I can't listen to you. This is a Juliet playthrough.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh yes.
She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her bag.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. After spending an unusually long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me brightly.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye,
Yep.
Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye.
Later!
Jesus, that door slam scared me. Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Have you known many?
Only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time. Wait, hold up one moment, but she doesn't actually talk to cats though, like she doesn't actually talk to other animals. She just has an intuitive sense of them.
What's it like talking to an animal anyway? How do you do it?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they need without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
Damn. I beat her to the punch.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Exactly! I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
You'd lose that bet quite handily. Why, I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say.
Feed me more.
Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Don't say feed me, Seymour. Not after we've been playing FF10.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Even though she's being more chatty, there's still something that seems a little off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on what it is, though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my question.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead. And Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather, the lack thereof.
What do you mean?
They live in the middle of nowhere. Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours.
I like where I'm at. It's like, it's not in the city, but I guess I'm still in the greater metropolitan area of a major city. Although it's not a massive city, but Boston is still pretty big. I'm kind of far out of it, but still in that area. But yeah, I think I like that the most. A mixture of the two.
I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
That's
Welly.
why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came. Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like.
There's some writer who says, it was some painter who said, you have to, like, wait for the muse to hit you. And then another painter came back and said, the muse better find you painting when she arrives. And that's kind of what Aspen is describing here. You can't just wait for the muse of writing to take you.
Busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder. Instead, it's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
It's hard to say that places don't change. I think they do change who you are. But where you come from will always be a factor in who you are as well.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says. Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to. Like Shanghai or Seoul.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time.
What is this sign back here? Is this a lobster? Kind of looks like a lobster with a little feelers coming out. It's hard to tell.
It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
You didn't go to the movie though.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Miho is breaking the fourth wall right now. She didn't go to that movie this time around, but she still thinks she's gone to the movie.
Me too.
Now we're well into the city. Well, we're well into the city. Pretty far past Cuba Street in the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I also recognize Tapapa, the museum, when we pass by it. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Welly, enough that I could probably get here from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorized the other cities in the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen started fidgeting again as we walk, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognize the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very far from the station.
Are you nervous?
Me? No. Why would I be?
No.
Do I seem nervous?
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that.
Don't say that.
I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
Don't say that, Miho.
No, it's not that. I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
Nervous. I've never seen Aspen more nervous, but I still don't press him. I can hear and smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street and she checks her phone again, then puts it away.
You're not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Ralph, you know what's about to happen to make me depressed.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
I start to cross the road, but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap on her back. I'm not going to say anything about her strap.
Aspen?
I trot back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something. But there's nothing, other than a couple people waiting far away at the station.
Are you alright?
She blinks a couple of times, and then takes a deep, deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
The effect of her words is immediate. Thud, thud. Like she casts a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been
Neither
thinking
can I.
about telling you for a long time. But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway.
I wish, Lana, I wish.
Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow. And hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly, her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. Fucking ads. Okay, I'm gonna stall a little bit. Because I am actually emotionally affected by this right now. Because, in my head, I'm thinking to myself, when I tell her no, how much is this gonna hurt her? You know? And it hurts me to think about how much it would hurt Aspen, how much it's going to hurt Aspen later, and I don't even know about it. Right? It hurts me to think about how I have to break Aspen's heart no matter what happens, because this is what this is the goal of the playthrough, is not to be with her. It breaks my heart to think that. And maybe it's because I'm like, I guess maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit. But with this, like, I would hurt very bad to turn somebody down. You know, somebody who put so much into telling me, somebody who feels so strongly about me, it would hurt me so much to turn them down. But I have before, and I probably will multiple times. And it's just, I can't fathom doing something like that to poor Aspen here. But I know that I have to, for the sake of the second playthrough. And I also know that IRL, I'm gonna have to do that many times in my life, you know? Yeah. Yeah, don't make my life worse, Ralph. I hope that doesn't happen. But yeah. It's just one of those things. It's hard for me to hurt somebody like that, but at the end of the day, you have to do what you have to do. It hurts more to fake it. And in this situation, all I'm doing is I'm making a different decision in a goddamn video game. But that hurts. It still hurts me, though, as if I had to make that decision. Like IRL. But it's something I gotta say. All I can do is stare. My heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest when she looks down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hat in her hands before finally looking back at me. And Aspen's theme with the the female singing right below it, it's very quiet. It's below the strings. But Aspen's theme with that very, very gentle, like, descant going on in the background. Oh my god.
There's something I want you to know.
Okay, hit me, Aspen, hit me.
I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see. The good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much you make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life.
Say that.
But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too. I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you. At first I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already. When I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
The words drift away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, because there's too much for me to process. Aspen, in love, with me. The wind whips past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me. I don't know what to say. And Aspen raises a finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me. I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that.
Need to wipe my eyes.
Tomorrow. Whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
I look at her face for some guide on how to respond, but she just gives me a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me. Returning her out to her head, Aspen sighs, just like she finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, but then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
That much I can respond to, at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other, a weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying about words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
I make my way back to the library like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get past them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles as I enter. Juliet having finished tidying up in the hour or so that's passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock, and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her advice. But she's even less surprised than she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes. As startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. Yeah, and that biggest one is also protecting me from mind flayers. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We settle down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from it.
So,
I'd rather be under it.
Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love, or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know? The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person. To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better, and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
I think we had a discussion about this metaphor last time. I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
Juliet must see the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Juliet returns to bed. I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. There are sure a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her. I like talking to her. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends. But could we be more than that? I spend a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me. And yet, here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle. I end up with more questions than answers. Is that something I want? Is it something I could even do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both our lives are about to change. And no matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore them or run away from this. So after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug set on the table, full of steaming hot chocolate.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
I see. So, I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy, but I have.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
We take our usual seats, the third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
I'm sorry, everybody. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. I've already tried number one.
I don't think I can do it. I like Aspen, and I don't want to hurt her. But she's a human, and I just don't think I can do that to myself.
Yeah. The words are heavy and hard to say, but it's a relief to say them. Juliet reaches her hand across the table and places it over mine.
I understand. I'm sure Aspen will too.
I've already done Aspen, so I have to choose Juliet. That's what this is all for.
You don't think she'll be mad at me, do you? Or upset? She said she wouldn't, but...
Oh, heavens, no. I'm sure she'll be sad. It would be wrong of me to tell you otherwise. But I also know that she wouldn't want it to affect the relationship you do have. I'm sure she's prepared herself for this possibility and made her peace with it. The only way I can see her regretting her actions is if they somehow sullied your friendship.
No, no way. At least, I hope not. I don't like her any less. I just can't like her more than I already do. Not in the way she does.
I know what you mean. The heart wants what it wants. To try and go against our own feelings is folly. We only end up creating pain for ourselves and others. That's why Aspen chose to share her feelings with you, even knowing they may not be returned. And why it's important to be honest with yourself, even about the things that may be difficult, as you've reminded me time and again.
I feel Juliet's hands slide off of mine as she stands and walks to the window, opening the blinds. Outside, it's that in-between time of evening where the sun has already set, but the sky hasn't come totally dark yet. Though Juliet has no reflection, I can see myself in the window, watching her. I wonder if she notices too. My hand tingles where hers covered it just a moment ago.
Have you ever been in love before?
Turning to face me, Juliet has an expression I can't read before replacing it with a fond smile.
There were several times that I thought I was, but later realized otherwise. All of them were before Cassette was born, when I was much more... wild. I mistook the desires of the body and mind for the desires of the heart. What I had thought was love was really just an attempt to fill something missing, to fool myself into believing it was real.
Okay, this is interesting stuff, even if you're all depressed now because of me. This is interesting.
Raising Cassette forced me to be honest with myself for the first time in ages. Perhaps ever. I had never truly cared about anyone other than myself. I just didn't know it until then. For her entire life, I devoted my heart to Cosette, ensuring she had all the genuine love and support that she needed and deserved. Even when she grew up and moved out of our home together, not a day or even an hour went by that she wasn't in my thoughts. Since she passed away, I haven't allowed myself to grow close to anyone else. I couldn't ever again settle for a relationship that I didn't feel with my whole heart.
Her eyes meet mine, lingering for a moment before Juliet turns her attention back to her teacup, taking a sip. She closes her eyes and sighs with contentment.
I've made do with smaller pleasures. Hot tea, a good book, the company of friends. It's been enough, ever since then.
I know what you mean. I've only had smaller pleasures too.
Let's have a big pleasure together. Much like Juliet, it never occurred to me to want more. A warm place to sleep and a meal I didn't scavenge were more than luxurious. For a long, long time, I've been satisfied with the little I had. I couldn't hope for anything else. So I thought. I swish around my cup of hot chocolate, which isn't quite so hot anymore. I don't know how Juliet makes it, but I know it doesn't just come from mixing some water and powder. It's something she makes special every time, just because she knows I like it. Has anyone else ever done something like that for me? Not that I can remember.
Not looking forward to telling Aspen tomorrow.
I know. I'm sure it can't be easy.
Like always, she handles my abrupt topic changes without comment.
All I can suggest is to speak from your heart, just like she did. Though it may take her a while, in time, I know that she'll be okay. The best thing you could do is to treat her normally, as if nothing has changed between the two of you.
Right. She's still Aspen.
Exactly. And you're still friends. Nothing can take that away.
Always remember to accentuate that point. If you ever break somebody's heart or someone breaks yours, that you're still friends and you can't take that away. And that's really the best way to go about it, is what Juliet is saying. I nod, feeling a little better. Juliet and I chat a bit more before eventually I excuse myself and head up to my room for the night. Before I go to get into bed, I already know it's going to be one of those nights where I toss and turn for hours before being able to pass out. No matter what, I'm not looking forward to letting Aspen down tomorrow. All I can do is hope she understands, like Juliet said, even if it's not what she wants to hear. I'll make sure to not let it change anything between us. Neither of us would want that. Sure enough, it takes a while, but eventually my restlessness turns into exhaustion, and I slip into a fretful sleep. Alright, I'm gonna quickly save there and take a BRB. Let's overwrite this because we're still in chapter 3. Okay, I'm gonna save that there, and I'm gonna take a BRB. And when we get back, we're all going to experience depression together. It's gonna hurt, but hopefully by the end of it, we come away with something with Juliet. Look, that's the purpose of this playthrough, right? So we're gonna have to see what happens. But anyway, make sure to go get some water and stuff. I'll drink water too, and I'll be right back just a few minutes. Okay, I'll see you soon. Well, we all have some good news. Good news. The bottom fingers are in. I checked back, and the bottom fingers emote has been approved. The cat carrier emote has not been approved yet. So refresh the page and you get some bottom fingers to show everybody. They're like chicken fingers, but less able to make decisions on even those.
Oh yeah, that's what happened.
Anyway, I hope you guys are ready for depression, because I'm about to send you all to your therapist. Are you ready? Here's the bright side, though. Other than the fact that you guys have your bottom fingers now. Bright side is I have some quesadillas for tomorrow morning. To make my morning a little better, at least. Morning comes all too soon. Groggily opening my eyes, I check the time and see that I've slept about as late as I can. I spend a while trying to fall back asleep, but fail and eventually get back up. There are only a couple of hours until Aspen will be back. I'm sure she'll go back to her apartment first after she arrives, but she'll have to come up to the library not long after that, so we can see each other before the day's passed. Once she's here, I don't see a way to put off talking about that. It'll be better for both of us to just get it over with, I'm sure.
Alright, Miho. You can do this.
I hope you all are ready to be emotionally damaged. Staring into the bathroom mirror, I try to believe myself. I know that what Juliet said is all true, about our friendship and having to change, or there would be any friendship not having to change, or there being any bad feelings. I'm just not looking forward to telling Aspen in the first place. It won't be the first time that I've hurt Aspen somehow, but it's the first time where I've planned it out in advance and known it's going to happen. Still, I know that fixating on it and dreading it will only make me feel worse. After moping around for a bit longer, I head down to the kitchen.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning!
At least Juliet seems to be in a good mood. I try to make myself sound chipper too. Even though it's just the two of us today, Juliet worked as hard as always on breakfast. There's the usual assortment of fruit, eggs, and toast all laid out on the table.
Thanks for the food.
Of course. Do dig in.
Don't mind if I do.
I eat my meal with as much gusto as I can, although I'm much slower than usual. Juliet went through all the effort to prepare something, so I don't want to let it go waste. Eventually, I have to admit defeat and set down my fork with a lot of food unfinished.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it's all great. I'm just not super hungry right
Poor
now.
Miho.
Oh, yes. Understandable. I'm sorry. I should have asked before preparing so much.
Axed.
Nah, it's fine. Thanks for cooking. I'm sorry I can't eat more of it.
Make sure get used to those bottom fingers even with your key smashes, okay? You'll have plenty of those, so...
Don't worry. As long as you enjoyed it, I certainly can't complain.
I sure did. It doesn't look like you're all that hungry either, though.
Me? What makes you say that?
I point at the half-eaten bread on her plate. Oh, is Juliet feeling feelings?
You had even less than I did.
Juliet looks down as if surprised to see what's there.
Well, I suppose you're right. To tell you the truth, most food tastes the same to me, essentially flavorless. I enjoy the ceremony of sharing a meal with friends much more than the meal itself.
You can't taste anything? Why not?
It's another one of the downsides of vampirism. I can still eat and drink if I want to, but I don't need to.
Even tea?
Even tea, to an extent. Although I can't enjoy the flavor, I do still enjoy its aroma. And that was one of my favorite parts about tea, even as a human.
Living with COVID is hard.
Whoa. You're really good at cooking for not being able to try it.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Cosette was often my taste tester. Once I found a way of preparing something she enjoyed,
It was simply a matter of committing the recipe to memory.
That's probably why she doesn't change what they eat every day as well. Right, she always makes the same shit for Julia, or for Aspen. Because it doesn't make a difference to her.
She definitely had good taste then. I can't imagine not being able to enjoy food. It used to be one of the only things I enjoyed.
It is quite unfortunate. Had I known what it would be like before I turned, I would have made more of an effort to sample cuisine from around the world while I could.
If you don't have bottom fingers yet, by the way, try refreshing.
Were there other things that were different for you then?
It's a follower emote.
Oh yes, almost everything. Those faculties that I do retain, such as my eyesight and hearing, are far keener than they were as a human. To say nothing of the ability to transform. I suppose it must be like that for you as well, compared to your days as a fox.
Yeah, that's true. But I can always turn back into a fox when I want to.
That's a hell of a combo right there. It's like she's wearing a sweater that's like pulled all the way up to her nose or something.
You are quite fortunate in that regard. Taking wing as a bat can be exhilarating, but it's not familiar.
Do you like being a vampire? Would you go back to being a human if you could?
That's a difficult question to answer. Even if I were to somehow revert to normal humanity right now, I wouldn't be the same person I was before I became a vampire. That was a lifetime ago. Several, in fact. Who I am now isn't even who I was when I first changed. I appreciate the many chances that I've had to learn and grow. Without the gift of immortality, that wouldn't have happened.
I had to go back and check the thing that she said before, stuff about her senses. Oh, thank you for the cutie pie.
Nor would I have met any of the people whom I care about most. You, Cosette, Aspen. I'd have died centuries too early for our paths to ever cross. Naturally, I wouldn't trade that for the world, for anything. But I confess that I do miss the simplicity of human life. The very things that Aspen fears most
Hydrate,
are some
thank
of
you.
what I most regret leaving behind.
Hydrate real quick for you.
A temporary existence pushes you to achieve all that you can within the time given to you. Your triumphs and victories are sweeter, just as tragedy may be deeper, with their impermanent finality. I suppose I would have to say that it's equal parts blessing and curse. Presented with a choice to somehow go back and stop myself from being turned, I would decline. There are truths that can only be learned with experience and age. So, in that sense, perhaps it would be futile, even if it were possible.
With a sigh, she gives me a sheepish smile.
That was rather long-winded of me, wasn't it? To answer your question more directly, no, I wouldn't go back. There's a part of me that will always want to, though.
I love her long-windedness, though.
I get it. Sounds like there are even more differences between fable like us and humans than I thought.
In some ways, yes.
Nodding, I idly push around some of the leftover food on my plate with a fork. Went cold a long time ago.
Thanks for saying all that. It makes me feel better about, you know, like I'm making the right decision.
She's, considering her immortality a little bit more in this.
It's my pleasure. I'm glad that I could be of some help.
I wish I could delay having the conversation with Aspen, but there's only a couple more hours until I have to see her anyway. at least long enough for her to have not forgotten me. She took a late bus there and an early bus back just for that, meaning her visit with her family hardly lasted any time at all. I feel a twinge of guilt, because Aspen basically has to plan her life around seeing me, even though there's nothing I can do about that. Rising to my feet, I gather up both my dishes and Juliet's and take them to the sink, dumping the leftovers in the trash in my way.
Thank you, Miho.
No problem. Are you going to bed?
Indeed. Unless you'd prefer for me to wait with you.
I wouldn't mind, but it's okay. You don't have to stay up for my sake. I'm probably just going to watch TV or something until she gets here.
All right, if you're sure. As always, you're welcome to wake me should the need arise.
If you're actually asleep next time. You were already awake when I knocked yesterday.
True. Although that was something of an anomaly. Still, whether I'm awake or not, don't hesitate if you need anything.
Will do. Night!
Have a good day, Miho. I'll see you this evening.
I love the accidental character that I've made with the combination of those two emotes now. The Vina peak and then the bottom fingers. I finish cleaning up as Juliet heads to her room. After wiping my hands dry, I flick off the lights and go to my own room. The TV crackles to life when I switch it on, and I take my usual spot on the floor with my back against the bed. Flipping from channel to channel, I look for a cartoon or something that I can watch without having to think too hard about it. Preferably something without a romantic subplot, as hard as it is to find. It's not that I mind those most of the time, but right now, I'm not in the mood. I end up settling for an animated movie about a girl who can turn into a seal, and her brother's quest to rescue her. Wait, a Silky? Selkie? Not a Silky, a Selkie. As I'd hoped, watching shows does take my mind off things. Also makes time pass way too fast. At some point, when I check the clock, I see that it's almost time for Aspen's bus to arrive. The stomach-cramping feeling of anxiety starts to kick in. I take some deep breaths and drink a glass of water to stifle it.
It's no big deal, you dummy. You're just making this worse for yourself. She'll be sad, but she'll get over it.
You're hurting me. Around the time that the bus should be pulling into the station, I go downstairs to wait. My practice books for reading and writing are tucked away at the front desk, where I retrieve them and sit down. My eyes go over the same line a dozen times without really processing what I'm seeing. It's frustrating because it's not like my thoughts are occupied with something more important. Instead, it's like there's an alarm bell ringing in my head, an unhelpful reminder that I'm not looking forward to what's going to happen, without contributing anything useful. I grit my teeth and try to power through it, forcing my hands and eyes to cooperate. I manage to slowly make my way through the worksheet in front of me, but not without glancing at the front door every couple minutes. When I finish, I'm not sure I actually got anything out of it. With every minute that ticks by, I get a little antsier. I wait, and wait, and wait. 45 minutes after her bus should have arrived, I get up and pour myself another glass of water, just to do something.
She sure is taking her time.
I should probably be more patient. It's a long walk from her apartment to here, and she probably wanted to freshen up after the long ride. Sighing, I take my seat, spinning circles in the chair. A minute later, I stand up again and pace around, browsing the books on the library shelves as if I'm not interested in them at all. Before I know it, an hour has passed since I came downstairs, since Aspen got back to Wellington. I head back to the desk and pull out another writing worksheet. With a couple weeks of practice behind me by now, I can write almost all the letters by memory, just not very legibly. It takes all my concentration. When I get to the end of this one, I'm pretty proud of the results. Somehow it took me almost 15 minutes to get through both sides. That explains why my hand is so sore. Did this happen in the previous... This is filling me with dread. No fucking kidding, this is filling me with dread. Because I don't think this happened last time. But it doesn't explain why Aspen's still not here.
Maybe I should go find her.
She'll probably be following the same path we took to the station yesterday. It goes right by her home after all. It's early enough that if I hurry, I could get to the bus station and back with time to spare, in case she does take a different route and get to the library while I'm gone. Plus, I could write her a note. I grab one of the pads of sticky notes that Juliet keeps at the desk, gripping my pencil so tightly that it hurts. But I need to be as precise as I can, or else Aspen won't be able to read it. Aspen, went to station in your house. Took route you showed me. Will come back here. It's not the best, but it should work. I wish I was calm enough to be proud. Instead, I just grab a piece of tape and stick the note to the front door as I hurry out. Moving at a brisk pace, I scan both sides of every street as I go. I check every window and open door I can to make sure I don't miss her. I make it to Aspen's apartment and knock loudly, rocking on my heels while I wait. The door never opens. I try to peek in her window, but the blinds are shut and the curtains are drawn. Still, it doesn't look like there are any lights on inside. My worry starts to morph into panic. It's possible she already came home, dropped off her bags, turned the lights back off, and left. But then, why didn't I pass her on the way? Just to be sure, I hurry the rest of the short trip to the station, but don't see any trace of Aspen. Flat out running instead of jogging, I rush back the way I came. But instead of staying on one route, I also tried side streets, weaving back and forth between the main path and the others. None of them have her. I reach the library breathless and alone, my notes still where I left it. I push the door open, hoping against hope that she's waiting for me inside. She isn't, but Juliet is there, standing behind the front desk.
Oh, Miho. I was wondering where you'd gone. I saw these sheets that you left out.
Aspen still isn't back yet!
I can't hold back from blurting out the bad news. There's no time to waste. Juliet's eyes instantly go wide with alarm, and her mouth drops open in shock for a brief second before she composes herself.
I see. Wait here. I'll try to call her.
While she rushes off, I push the door back open and scan the horizon, looking for the glint of Aspen's glasses in the sun, or her hat bouncing while she walks. Nothing. Juliet returns with the phone in her hands, where it looks weirdly out of place. She calls Aspen and then puts on the speaker, and we both wait with bated breath.
Hello, you've reached Aspen. If you're a publishing agent or editor, then please...
Juliet cuts off the voicemail message, just like I cut her off a moment ago.
I didn't even hear it ring!
It didn't. That means that for whatever reason, she can't receive calls right now.
Whatever reason? Like what?
Most likely, her phone is dead. Or she's somewhere without reception.
I see Juliet's face fall as we both make the same connection.
Yesterday, before we left here.
Yes. She mentioned that she wouldn't have it for most of the journey. But she should have been back in Wellington a long time ago, correct?
Yeah, at least 2 hours ago.
How much longer do you have left?
About an hour.
My voice cracks as I say it.
Just under.
My mouth is dry. I try to swallow the lump in my throat, but it won't go away. She even came home early just to give us extra time. Time that was supposed to be just in case, not actually needed.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I was hoping you would know.
Me? I see. Let me think.
I could just wait here at the library where she's bound to turn up eventually. I'm sure she's watching the clock as closely as I am, wherever she is. On the other hand, I could go out and look for her again. I can move faster than she can, and if she's running late, then the time saved by going to where she is could make all the difference.
Okay, here.
I look up at Juliet, hoping she has a solution.
Take my phone. Go try to find her. Make sure you can get back here in time. If she arrives before you find her, we'll call you.
Okay.
Juliet quickly shows me how to use the phone and I pocket it, making sure it won't fall out. Our plan just combined both of mine. It's good to compromise, but it still comes down to luck. I guess there's no way around that. Not every problem has a perfect solution. There's nothing else to say and less time to say it, so I hurry back outside without another word. I've barely gotten my breath back from running all the way to the library, but I force myself to run again. I have to cover as much ground as possible, as fast as possible. Check the Bell House, but she's not there. When I get to her apartment, it's just as I left it. Same at the bus station. I turn around, about to start the trip back when I spot someone waving at me from nearby.
Hey, miss. You okay? I saw you run by here a while ago. I'm looking for someone. A friend who should have been here by now. On one of the buses? You sure they weren't on the one that broke down? The what? Yeah, heard some other folks who were here talking about it. Guess it broke down on the way back and the replacement's taking forever. They were getting pissed because it was going to make them late. Couldn't tell you which bus it was, but you could probably find out. Where were they coming from? I don't know the name of the town. It's a few hours away. Well, that doesn't exactly narrow it down, but it matches up, I think. The guys who are waiting were packed for a long trip, so it must be one of those distance lines. Thanks.
I stumble as I turn back around, my legs shaking like jelly. There's no way it isn't Aspen's bus. All the details line up so perfectly and terribly. My only hope is to wait here at the station and hope that the replacement arrives in time. Mechanically, I dial Aspen's phone over and over, hanging up and redialing whenever her recorded voice starts to play. At some point, I stop trying. Wait, you stopped trying? As the minutes tick down, I feel increasingly sick with the burning pressure of my tears in my eyes. When I finally do the rumbling sound of an approaching vehicle, I can barely believe it. Lifting my face from my hands, I watch with my heart in my throat as the bus turns the corner and pulls into the station. This has to be her bus. It has to be. Unable to move, I just watch as the line of passengers slowly disembarks. My eyes stay glued to the door until the line finally stops. The line of waiting people, including the person who talked to me, begins to board. The bus takes off a minute later without Aspen. I collapse back onto the bench, barely repressing a sob. Why is this happening? For the final few minutes, I stare at the phone, open to Aspen's info. Along with her phone number, there's a picture of her sitting at the kitchen table. It's a little out of focus, but she's smiling. I look at the picture rather than the time. As minutes become seconds, and seconds become nothing. A full 24 hours have passed, and Aspen never returned. Everything I was feeling melts into numbness. It seems like I should feel something. A chill or ache, or some indication that it's over. I have been forgotten. Of course there isn't one. I've been forgotten, and a million times before. It just never mattered. Even now, it doesn't feel real. Just a few hours ago, I was worrying over Aspen for entirely different reasons. I rise and slowly return to the library. I don't run. I don't look in the windows. I don't try calling. My sticky note is still on the front door when I get back, and I tug it down, stuffing it in my pocket as I trudge inside. Juliet stands up from the desk as I walk in, alone. I can see her face shift as she realizes. The door slams shut behind me, no one else stepping in.
Oh, Miho. I'm so sorry.
Here's your phone. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
I sat down on the desk and then stand there, not sure what to do next.
Perhaps it's not exactly 24 hours. Perhaps there's some leeway and she'll still get here in time.
God, this is worse than Karlak and Will.
Yeah, maybe. There was a bus that broke down, I guess. It must be hers. Someone at the station told me.
Once, Juliet seems to be at a total loss for words. She just nods stiffly at my explanation. I sit down on one of the chairs near Juliet, staring at the floor. The alarm bell in my head is mercifully silent. Faintly, it occurs to me that this must be what they call shock. I sit there until there's a noise outside the door, catching both my and Juliet's attention. Slowly, the library door opens and Aspen enters, looking worn out. Her hair is frazzled and it looks like she's been running. Or crying. Or both. She shuts the door gently behind her. Juliet and I both stand up from the desk at the same time.
Aspen, you're back.
I'm an absolute fucking monster for this. I can't bring myself to say anything, only to stand there and wait. As feelings of dread and anticipation return, I realize that I've held on to some hope after all.
Yes, I'm back. God, I know I'm late. It was ridiculous. Our bus broke down and the replacement didn't arrive for hours. We weren't even that far from Welly when it happened.
Betty.
Simply unbelievable.
Aspen reaches up to adjust her hat and glasses and holds up her phone with a smile.
I saw all the missed calls from you once I got back to the station, but it was so late, I thought it would just be easier to come straight here instead. So, sorry to keep you both waiting, Juliet.
Walking past Juliet. Don't do this. Walking past Juliet, Aspen comes to where I'm standing, her eyes glued to the floor. She stops in front of me and slowly looks up. She was definitely crying.
And you must be Miho.
Chapter 4. I'm not crying, you're crying. Matters of the Heart, Chapter 4. Don't give me an achievement for that, you monster. Fuck you, Steve. It's twice now that I've lost someone dear to me. Although Aspen is still alive, I see her every day. Her loss feels even more painful than Chongying's. It's been a few days since Aspen lost her memories of me. She's been here, like usual, every day since then, and we both try to pretend that nothing ever happened. But everyone, including Juliet, knows that it'll never be the same. Whenever Aspen and I talk, I can tell. Whenever I mention something that she can't remember, it stings all over again. Even when she's sitting right beside me, Aspen seems further away than ever. I doubt she remembers what she said to me before leaving. She hasn't mentioned it at all, and so neither have I. Not needing to have that difficult conversation was a relief, but not nearly enough to make up for losing everything else. If I could pick one or the other, I'd choose the conversation with Aspen over Aspen forgetting me every time. I'm sitting in the kitchen, my usual spot, next to where Aspen sits at breakfast, when my ears perk up at Juliet's approach. Although she can walk without making a sound, even better than I can, I've developed some sort of sixth sense for detecting her.
You're up early.
I don't look up from the cup of cold tea that my hands are wrapped around, although it's been at least an hour since I last took a sip.
I think it's later than you imagine. Just past 8.
Oops. I must have lost track of time.
Sat down there after closing the library for the day, just intending to collect my thoughts for a couple of minutes. I guess it turned out to be more than a couple. Taking a seat across from me, Juliet also has a cup of tea. Hers is still fresh, warm, and steaming.
It's understandable. You surely have a lot on your mind.
How can I do this to
Anything
you?
you'd like to talk about?
How can I do this to you? I just hit a button. It was Miho's fault. Miho is the one that didn't keep trying to call her. But look, I've already done Aspen's ending. I've already done it once. I had to do it.
You already know everything.
Not quite everything. How do you feel?
Just for that? What? Your canon ending is Miho and Aspen. I agree. But the best ending would be everybody is satisfied. They should all be... Oh my god. They should all be one big happy family together. The best ending would be... Oh my god. The best ending would be Juliet bites Aspen and Miho swallows her bee. And then they could all be together eternally. So, you know, the best climax for me involves biting and swallowing. I stare into the mug, aware that Juliet's looking at me. For some reason, I don't have the strength to meet her eyes.
Sad. Even though I know I shouldn't be.
Yes, you should be sad. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh heavens, why ever would you think that?
You think you lost?
Because I knew this was gonna happen someday, sooner or later.
Miho,
It just turned out to be
you
sooner.
can be sad about. This is something that you should be sad about. It's okay to be sad about this. It is loss. You know? It doesn't mean just because it was bound to happen doesn't mean that you can't be sad about it.
What do you mean?
Shrugging, I finally look up. Worry creases Juliet's face, and so I stare at the wall just behind her. I don't want to see someone else feeling bad on my behalf right now.
I mean, it was always going to happen. Aspen was always going to forget me someday. There's no way I could see her every day for the rest of her life, right? That's the other thing, too. She's a human, so eventually she'll...
I trail off, not wanting to say the words out loud and knowing that Juliet will get what I mean. Sure enough, she nods sagely.
She will.
I'm sorry, Juliet. Death used to be such a distant concept for me. Just a boogeyman to be afraid of but not worry about too much on a daily basis. Now it's become all too real, in the case of Dongyu. Now when it comes to Aspen, it's hard to not think about how that will be her fate too someday. Even if she hadn't forgotten me, and no matter what I might have said in response to her confession, the eventual end would be the same. I can't help but picture Juliet's own pain and anguish at Cosat's grave, even all these years after she passed away.
So if it was gonna happen anyway, then what's the point? Why bother?
But you could say the same thing about Cosette, Miho. If Cosette was gonna die, why take care of her? There's plenty of reasons to bother.
I'm just going to get hurt again and again. Someday, even you'll also...
Forever is just as difficult with someone else who's immortal. Maybe even harder. No matter how many years may pass, it'll still only take one day for everything to become undone.
Oh, Miho.
I agree, Ralph. I agree. She reaches across the table and lays her hand on top of mine, still clutching tightly to my drink. Her fingers are soft and cool, but they look awkward against mine, like she doesn't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with them either.
I wish I could tell you otherwise. But you're right that some kind of pain is inevitable when it comes to those we love. That's the trade-off for the joy they bring to us while they're with us. The pain exists because we had something to lose. Despite the heartache, I wouldn't trade my time with Cosette for anything.
It's different for me, though. Because I can lose the same person over and over. What about the next time Aspen forgets me? Or if there's a time after that? Maybe it's better to just...
Don't say it. I shake my head and cut myself off because I know I really will start crying if I go much further. Although Aspen and I have already been rebuilding our friendship, part of me wonders if it's worth it. Do I really want to make myself go through it all again? I know the answer is yes. I'm already doing it, but it's tough to justify it myself. Sighing deeply, I unwrap my fingers from the cup, sliding my hand out from beneath Juliet's as well. I study her hand, still on the table. Despite her age, her skin remains perfect and unblemished. All her scars must be on the inside instead.
Thanks for listening to me. And sorry for being such a bummer. I'll be back to normal in a day or two.
There's no need to apologize. I can only imagine how you must feel. Take all the time that you need. You don't have to force yourself.
Yeah, I know. But thinking about it just makes me feel worse. Besides, Aspen and I are still friends. Or I guess, friends again. I can't change what happened, so I may as well just do the best I can now.
That's true. Still, don't ever hesitate if you need someone to talk to, or a shoulder to cry on.
This is the far more depressing ending.
Thanks.
Well, it's not the ending yet,
I do
but
feel a bit better. I think I'm gonna call it a night, though.
we're like 8 or 9 hours away from the ending.
Sleep well, Miho. I'll see you tomorrow.
Can you lift that up a little bit, please? Please. I'm sure she can still tell that I don't entirely mean it when I say I feel better. Still, she does me the courtesy of pretending.
Night.
In a backwards twist on the usual, I head upstairs to my room and leave Juliet behind in the kitchen. As I climb the stairs, I get a glimpse of her still seated at the dining table, across from the cup I forgot to put away. Somehow, it feels weird to see her there alone. In my room, I wrap my blanket around myself and lie down. It's earlier than I usually go to bed, but late enough that it's pretty dark outside. I'm sure I'll be able to fall asleep. Although the day is ending for me, it's just beginning for Juliet. I wonder what she'll do with it. Maybe she's still down at the table, sitting by herself. Isn't that lonely? And again, I guess she's probably used to it. I'm still new to this whole loneliness thing, but she's pretty much an expert by now. That's kind of sad when I think about it. As I'm lying there, I hear the sound of the front door opening and closing. Sitting up, I look out to the window to see Juliet standing near the porch. Something flaps past my window, and I move closer to see a bat descending towards Juliet. At first, I assume it's one of her friends, the ones who hang in the corner of the study or get fed to the kitchen. But to my shock, the bat changes forms, soon becoming a tall man.
Another vampire.
It's too dark and far away for me to see or hear anything clearly, but I can tell they're having a conversation. I'm tempted to open my window, but I'm sure the noise would catch their attention. The two of them only talk for a couple minutes, then the other vampire turns back into a bat. I quickly lie down and pretend to be asleep as he passes by a couple seconds later. Is he her sire? When I sit back up and peer outside again, Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Before long, I start to get tired and crawl under the covers for real. Although I listen for a second of the front door open again, I never hear it. And eventually I fall back asleep. Fall asleep. What is she doing with... I mean, she might have gone to him and said, like, look, you know, I need some time to myself or something. I need to, like, think about something. It could be that she's like, I love Miho, and I don't want to see her like this. Or it could be that she's asking him for maybe advice of like what she could say to Miho in this situation. I'm not really sure. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about. And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider, but have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through.
After that ellipsis right there, that's when the line changed from playthrough to playthrough. She says something to the effect of how nerve-wracking it was to go through the first time. She says dreadful the second time.
Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that, but I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Can't believe this game is called Please Be Happy.
Right. I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion. She doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible, so no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
The only two people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly, I couldn't really call them my friends as much as I like spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd stay in town or not. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too. Not just Juliet and Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Maybe that guy was her informant.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic. If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho. Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure about how willing she'd be to help. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumio I met to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I've started calling her Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been furious with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. So, as a fellow Gumio, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumio here in Welly, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case, though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as it is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow, I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen as Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved. It's my magic after all. But this is one area where I can't really contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again, though. I have to try something on my own, too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. As it gets closer to time for Aspen to leave, Juliet checks the clock and then stands up.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give Miho. It's somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
I don't want to tell you what I just thought of in my mind.
Oh, no, I don't mind.
She said to give something to Miho.
For me? What is it?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Disappearing upstairs. Hold on. Disappearing upstairs, I hear Juliet enter the study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped box.
There's no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
Juliet hands me her package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining. I've never had a gift before. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a bit impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay.
I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped in the package with, revealing.
Oh. Wow.
It's a phone, one that I recognize.
It's the same as Aspen's.
What a coincidence, right?
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it. I'm a little behind the times on things like devices.
As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure I don't drop it.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
Think nothing of it. As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch. In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder, would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you? Or is it necessary to see each other in person?
That's a good question. I don't
When are they gonna add the DLC where Miho becomes a streamer?
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble our memories of Miho, in case it turns out not to work. So we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment. With that in mind, I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to ask.
Alright, see ya,
of a total
Kimmy. Thanks for
stranger.
stopping by. And I hope that you have a much better night than you had. Oh, thank you for the bottom fingers, of course. Oh, smack me on the head with them. Yeah, have a lovely rest of your night, and I'll hopefully see you another time. I think tomorrow will be Final Fantasy Friday.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation. I'll text Lena.
Lena. While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many of my problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would be a lot better than nothing if this works. Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find someone, some way to be remembered by people I met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out.
Alright, Lena says she's willing to give it a go. I told her I'd explain more when I saw her. Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about. Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now?
Sure. As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
By all means. I'm eager to see if this works as well.
So it's settled then. Shall we be off, Miho?
Hell yeah. Lena's waiting for us outside the Bell House when we arrive.
Morning, boss!
Hey, Lena.
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right?
Asswings.
Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I can count. Still, what's one more? This will be a great start to my new goal of making sure the other people I've gotten to know don't keep forgetting me.
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis and at the Bell House and a few other times, too.
Okay, makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
Really? That's it?
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that. I guess I'm not surprised, but...
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of
Yeah, I
who
wouldn't
was
need
with.
any more convincing than that either. Like you, yeah.
Now I can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
She only has the 2 cells. She's gotta ration them well.
I'm sure you'll need it. So, let's see.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then video call her tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow. Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
You got it! I'll try extra hard
You
to
got
remember
it.
her.
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
I just keep thinking Sela. Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums deeply.
Does that help?
Shh, don't interrupt.
Lena hums for a little longer and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up.
Okay, got it. Of course it helps.
She's charging
It's
up.
my secret technique.
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you could teach Aspen too!
Too soon, Miho.
I think I'm alright, actually.
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Oh, whatever. You'll see tomorrow when I remember all of this. Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
It's,
I pull out the phone Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Shouldn't it be written somewhere? I look around the edges, trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly tap through the screens.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can.
Stand.
Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her, so she can save your number.
Movie with Aspen reject confession.
Right.
Well, yeah, she would remember the date, but she wouldn't remember who it was with.
Okay, let's see.
Taking my phone back, I try to remember how to do that. Lena comes and watches from behind Aspen.
New phone?
Who dis? Moving away, Aspen brushes imaginary dirt off her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup! This is the first phone I've owned.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena seems like she's at a loss for words, which might be a first for her. I guess she does have something in common with Aspen.
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you.
What are the apps in Valhalla again? There's the augmented eye. There's like Shining Fingered or whatever, which is Jill's porn subscription. What else is in Valhalla? I can't remember. There's the Kiramiki thing, the Kiramiki blog.
It's like you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about. Everyone you...
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Oh, you never let me finish talking!
You never would finish talking if I didn't stop you.
I love Lena.
That's not true!
For a second, Lena seems pretty serious. But then she thinks about it a second.
Well, maybe a little, but just a little. Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later!
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
That's my kind of logic. Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the Bell House.
You let her win, huh?
Aspen sighs.
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. but I'm glad she said she'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we've spent a lot of time together. You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though. She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. Like with this.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out.
We
It's
love
just
Lena.
how she is.
Don't you dare tell her I said that, though.
Stepping towards the Bell House door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well then, see you later, Miho.
This is where she would say I love you.
Yeah. Bye, Aspen.
Aspen walks inside the Bell House, I wave goodbye, and then I head off. I had to break your heart a little bit more. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me and almost making me drop my phone on my face. Lena's name pops up and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lena.
Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who it is. I wiggle the phone around, trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, so I keep confusing myself. How does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi! I see you. Can you see me?
Yep.
At least you're not dropping the phone in your face and hitting chat right now. She waves at the camera with her free hands. I have to sit up to do the same thing.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times. I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
Me?
It's alright. I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck. I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right? If this works out, I mean.
Yeah. If it works. I
She's
really,
way
really
too-
hope it does.
Way too willing to call somebody every night. Way too willing.
Still, every night?
Even if phone makes it a lot easier, that's a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Funny how that word keeps getting in my way.
Yeah, it's no big deal, though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching.
Just
Ever since I
stream,
quit
forehead.
ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though.
Would you
Not
subscribe
like
to Miho?
funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though. Actually, speaking of Aspen...
Actually... Lena goes on to tell me a story about work today, which turns into a story from work the day before. She goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate, but my arm is starting to get sore from holding up my phone like this. Finally, she runs out of steam and yawns, switching into sleepy mode in seconds.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
Okay. See you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way. But I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
That's fine. Thanks for trying. Good night.
But she'll see that, like, new contact on her phone and be like, who the fuck is this? I mean, to be fair, I do that all the time anyway, but still. I try to figure out how to hang up, my finger hovering over the screen like I'm about to squish a bug. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the call for both of us. I lie back down with my phone in my hands. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. If this works out with Lena tomorrow, I could change everything for me. Again. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet, of course. I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but those are really hard promises to keep, no matter who's making them. Even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are, at some point, at least one of them will eventually miss a day, and that'll be that. No second chances. Even if we started over, it would never be exactly the same. With my other hand, the one that isn't holding the phone, I reach up and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth of my bead. It's been a big pain lately, but for such a long time, my magic was my most useful tool. My secret weapon. As much hiding and scavenging as I did before, it would have been 10 times worse if any of my crimes had followed me. Are those days really past me now? Permanently? Aspen's idea about stopping my magic is interesting, and I can't get it out of my head. Being able to be remembered by everyone I care about is the #1 thing I could ask for right now. But will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things and make it so people didn't forget about me. What if it wasn't possible to change my mind later? Sure, it sounds nice at the moment, but forever is a long time. I keep being reminded of that. I tug my necklace up so I can see the bead. It still has a strong light glow to it. I wish I knew what it meant. I wish I knew what any of it meant or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with these questions and problems. Of all the forms for my magic to take, it had to be this confusing one. Gripping my bead in my fist, I yank my necklace off my neck and hurl it away from me. Clatters and rattles, it hit the wall and then the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I silently count in my head. 1, 2. There's no flicker or pop as my necklace reappears around my throat, as if it had never left. My bead hasn't changed at all, not that I expect it to. Sighing, I rolled over onto my side, not tired enough to sleep, but not feeling like doing much else either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. A comfort, a memento, guide. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, heavy against my pillow, it feels like an anchor. Like always, the next morning I'm cheered up by seeing my friends. After a quick breakfast, Aspen spreads out some sheets of paper on the table, and Juliet and I both crowd in to see.
So I started doing some research on Gumiho. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm just kidding.
Good.
Kind of joke I would make.
As I was saying,
Not
it's
useful.
hard to figure out what's accurate and what isn't. A lot of the specific details would have had to come from the Gumiho themselves, and as far as I can tell, none of them are talking. I couldn't find anything about memory or forgetting. Maybe it's self-explanatory, why not? Beyond that, most of what seemed accurate were things that we already knew, like being able to change into a fox. Have you had any luck, Juliet?
I'm afraid not. I checked what books I could think of, and none of them yielded any more than you said. I'm not aware of anyone else around who might be helpful either, unfortunately. Of course, it's only been a couple of days so far. I'll keep looking. We're bound to learn something eventually.
I'll keep looking too. There was one other thing that came up I thought might be worth mentioning.
Oh?
I read a lot about Gumiho carrying a special bead that has something to do with their magic. You have one of those yourself, right?
I remove my necklace more gently than last night and hold it out for them to see.
Yeah. I've had it my whole life.
May I see it?
You can try.
I pass it to her and Aspen handles it delicately.
Pardon? What do you mean?
It poofs out of her hand and back around my neck.
Oh, I see.
It's okay, Aspen, you can put your hands around my neck if you'd like.
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it, even if I wanted to.
Am I wrong? Or is it glowing?
Yeah, that part's new. I was in bed when I noticed it a couple days ago.
I know, right?
I know it's important, but not how or why.
Just bound to be doing the bottom fingers.
Your wild instincts inform you.
Hold on. Okay. Juliet says it so matter-of-factly, not like there's something bad or that I should have gotten rid of. They're still a part of me. Is the other emote ready yet? Nope, not yet. My other self, no, the other part of me, hasn't gone away, even as I spend more time away from it. When I first came to Wellington, I still thought of myself as a fox. Now, I'm not sure how I see myself. Shy in the streets and know me in the sheets. I can be pretty shy in the streets, yeah. It is kind of my condition. It's called anxiety. But my bead and its mysteries are a reminder that I'm something different.
Well, that sounds promising. It means something is happening, even if we're not sure what. Let us know if you notice it changing in any other ways, Miho. The more knowledge we have, the better.
Yeah, I will.
Once again, I think of Silver and her bead, which shone much more than mine. Will mine look like that someday? I wonder what it took to make hers glow so brightly. Maybe even Silver doesn't know how the bead works. If it was instinctual, then shouldn't I understand too? I guess I'll just have to ask sometime. I wrap my necklace back around my neck, popping the magnetic clasp together.
One way or another, we'll soon know more about Miho's magic from your experiment.
Yes, I think it's just about time for Miho and I to head out. By the time we get there, it'll have been a full day.
I'm ready
It'll
to go
have been-
if you are. You know I hate sitting around waiting.
It'll have been such an interesting, it sounds so interesting in my mouth, I don't know why.
Another thing we have in common. All right then.
Or it feels so
Let's be
weird to
off.
say in my mouth.
Good luck, you two. Let me know how it goes.
Will do.
It's also one of those phrases that in English is probably, like, much more complicated than it is in other languages. This time, when we get to the Bell House, Lena isn't waiting outside.
There's always a chance she just forgot in the regular way. I should have texted her first.
Guess we'll find out.
So sad. For what feels like the 1,000th time in the last few weeks, I'm shaky with nervous energy. At least there's not any risk here. In the worst case scenario, nothing changes. I take the lead and open the door for Aspen, then follow her in. Lena's behind the counter.
Hey, boss!
She looks at me.
Who's your friend?
I try to hide the disappointment from my face. Well, it was worth a shot. It's too bad, but at least I was prepared.
Miho, I'm
just messing with you.
You bitch.
I remember everything. Told you my secret technique would work. I'll call you again tonight.
But it takes a second for me to process the significance of Lena's words. But once I do, I break into a grin. Aspen also looks excited, but a bit regretful too.
That's great news. This will be such a big help in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can just wonder why she's feeling regretful right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Even though it was my fault. I know she and I are both thinking the same thing. If only we'd tried this sooner. We could have talked to each other that morning before Aspen got on the bus, and then everything would have been fine. As it is, this huge, life-changing moment is bittersweet. Still, it really is a big relief. With this, my future just got a whole lot easier. After saying goodbye to Aspen and Lena, I start walking back home. As I go, I pull out my new phone and slowly tap through the screens.
Let's see. I think it was here.
I manage to find my way to my messages and then find Juliet. I have to stop walking in order to concentrate enough to write out a quick note. It worked. Since Juliet's the one who got me the phone, it seems fitting to let her know by using it too. When are we gonna go on a date with Juliet? Although Juliet doesn't reply to me in my text. Oh god.
Welcome back. I saw your message, but thought I would wait to congratulate you in person.
Although Juliet doesn't reply to my text, when I get back to the library, she's waiting for me with a big smile on her face.
Thanks. I'm still processing it myself, you know.
I grab one of the spare chairs from close by and join her behind the desk, taking a seat.
Even though it's such a big deal for me, it was pretty normal for everyone else. Or at least, it should have been.
I slide the phone out of my pocket and hold it to my hand carefully, staring at the polished glass screen.
That doesn't make it any less special. Change doesn't happen all at once. You should enjoy these little moments along the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's thinking about Aspen too. bring that up would just be bringing down the mood. Instead, I try to do what Juliet suggests, letting myself focus on the good things this means from now on.
Yeah, you're right.
The little piece of technology that I'm holding is just the first step into a new world of possibilities.
No more being forgotten. At least, by the people that matter.
As long as they have a phone too, at least. I know enough about phones and how unreliable they can be to know it isn't a perfect solution.
I still want to know more about my magic and how it works, though. I'm not sure I want to just get rid of it, like Aspen suggested.
I understand. As a human,
Right,
I
Miho.
think it's hard for her to grasp what that would be like. There's certainly merit to learning about it, though, as you say.
It's kind of funny that now machines can do a lot of stuff that only magic could do before. Like, flying. I used to be so jealous of Fabled who could fly.
Better yet, bite me.
I know quite what you mean. Why, sometimes I feel as if the rest of the world has passed me by with some of its changes.
Really? I don't think so. I mean, you know how to use a phone and a computer and all those things. Seems like you're keeping up to me.
Yeah.
Perhaps. I still prefer to write something by hand, or have a conversation face to face when possible, though. Maybe that's just what it is to get old.
Perhaps, but she is embracing some things.
You're not getting old. At least, I don't think so. I don't feel old, and we've been alive for almost the same amount of time.
I certainly do feel younger when you're around too.
Aw.
You remind me to enjoy the moment more often.
That's what I'm here for. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's not thinking about the future.
Amen. Making Juliet laugh makes me smile, because it's something she doesn't do very often. When it happens, it's like a rare treat. Without Juliet, none of the good things in my life would be possible. She's the one who gave me a place to stay, a way to take care of myself, and now, she's even given me a way to be remembered. All of that for free, too. I know she says I don't owe her anything, but the least I can do is try to make her smile when possible. Even that doesn't feel like it's enough. It's a start, though, as she's always fond of saying, just like the phone is a start, too. Juliet's laugh turns into a yawn, although she tries to hide it with the back of her hand, and I leap up from where I've been sitting.
I can take over from here, so you can go to bed. Thanks for covering for me while I was out.
It was my pleasure. It's nice to be behind the counter again every once in a while, and to see our guest in person.
Now that I think about it, she does sleep through the busiest hours every day, so she never really gets to see everyone enjoying this place she's worked so hard to put together.
Do you know most of them?
I recognize many, but it would be a stretch to say I know them. Their names, perhaps, or even their reading habits, but not much beyond that.
That's too bad. I'll bet most people don't know how hard you work on the library, even though they come here all the time.
Oh, that's all right. I don't need the recognition, so long as the library itself is appreciated. Besides, you work harder for it than I do nowadays.
I guess that's true. But only so you can help people in other ways. Besides, you did my job for way longer than I have.
I have been here for only a fraction of the time she has, but even I can remember some of our regulars. Although they occasionally ask about Juliet, it seems like they think of her more as a public service than a person. I can't pretend I don't understand why. It's like Juliet has two lives, the one that she leads at night by herself, and the one that she barely shares with everyone else during each day. Both of those are devoted to the people of Wellington. She rises, gazing around the room. It's still early enough that there aren't too many patrons around, but a handful are browsing or reading. Watching her look around, I can see kind of sadness in her eyes. Like when she told me about Cosette, or talked with me about Aspen. It's not too different from how she normally looks, but I spend enough of time with her that I can tell the difference. instantly tempers some of my excitement from the new phone.
What's wrong?
Her focus snaps to me, and her face clears like I wasn't supposed to notice that.
Nothing. I was simply reminiscing a little. I do feel rather tired, though. Good night, Miho.
With her trademark smile, she turns and starts to stride past me on her way to her room. As she passes by, I clear my throat.
Hey.
Juliet pauses.
Are you sure you're okay?
I look up, but she's just facing forward, her eyes locked on the stairs. After a moment's hesitation, she starts walking again.
Yes. Good night, Miho.
I don't try to stop her a second time, and I watch as she heads down the hall and up the stairs. Nobody else seems to pay much attention. Just because we said that we'd be more open from now on doesn't mean she has to tell me everything. She still has plenty of secrets, that's for sure. I wish she'd let me try to help her though, even if it's just listening. The way she can go from laughing to frowning in just a few seconds. I can't pretend that I don't relate. I wonder if one of those feelings is more honest than the other. If so, I can probably guess which one. Whatever it is that has her down, it's not something that I can worry about too much right now. I'll be here if she needs, of course, but it's up to her to do that. For now, I'll just keep helping out the only way I know how. Pulling the morning stack of returns and requests, I get to work. Yo, we get some time with Mr. Kim to cheer us up. Now that I can be remembered, I decide to go introduce myself to Mr. Kim for what should be the last time. Before the day ends, I head to the waterfront and wait for him to not be busy with someone else.
Hello, miss. Here to fish?
Hi. Actually...
I give him an explanation of my magic, as well as a run-through of the things he showed me and told me. When I'm done, he rubs his chin, then laughs.
You know, that all makes perfect sense. I could remember some of those things, but not who I was with. I've been thinking it was my memory starting to fail on me. Glad to hear it's just magic. And as for us, Miho,
Just magic.
well, I suppose that makes you my new old friend then.
My new old... Wait a second. Wait a second. I need to take a screenshot of this. And don't worry about why I need the screenshot. You can probably guess what I'm doing here. Okay, now I can move on. What am I? Obviously, I'm going to make some sort of meme about how Hythlodaeus is a fisher. He sticks out his hand, and it takes a second for me to realize I'm supposed to shake it, but I do. We exchange phone numbers, and he promises to keep in touch so that he won't forget about me again.
Talk to you later. Good night.
Mr. Kim seems like the kind of guy that I'd like to call every once in a while and check up on, you know? He's a nice guy. And I don't know anything about him, though. We don't know, like, if he has, like, a family or not. I don't know. I press the button to end the call on my phone and then gently set the device on my windowsill. Getting through the phone calls needed to make sure I'm not forgotten is more work than I expected. I'm glad that the people I've befriended are willing to put in the effort to see me every day. It's still such an inconvenience, though, and such a risk. For their sake as much as my own, I need to try to find a better solution, whether that means getting rid of my magic entirely or not. I have to at least know what my options are. So I'm thinking if there's an option that lets me keep the magic this playthrough, we have to keep the magic. So that we can... Because last playthrough we didn't. So this playthrough, we need to keep the magic and stay with Juliet for the rest of our lives. Or we lose the magic and she bites us. Wait, that's just me fantasizing. I can't leave it all for Husband and Juliet to figure out either. I need to put my own effort in too. While I'm not nearly as good as reading and researching as they are, There's still that one idea that's come to mind a few times. It's time to finally put it into action. Leaving my phone in my room, I get dressed and slip silently out the front door, making my way to Mount Victoria. At the very edge of the path, I transform. Nose close to the ground, I head for the tree line, the wild part of the mountain. There's the, there's like the upgraded, evolved form of the Gumio. I'm rusty when it comes to tracking, and the sheer number of scents that assault my nose is overwhelming. I have to sift between them in my head while I run, disregarding the ones I can tell are humans or other fabled or just part of nature. Although, Ralph, what if she just becomes a fox forever? And she becomes Juliet's pet? It isn't until I'm far from any roads or homes I finally catch what I'm looking for. A familiar but unrecognizable presence. Honing in on what I can detect of Silver's trail, I follow it as closely as I can. They'll become my pet? For eternity, after I become a vampire, too? Sometimes the lead goes cold, but I pick it up again a few meters away, in a different direction. The path is windy and hard to follow. How does anyone live like this? It doesn't feel as if the path that you stuttered, no. It doesn't feel as if the path is leading anywhere in particular, but I stay on it, keeping my eyes and ears peeled for any other sign of her. When I become a vampire, you'd like a bite? I'll give you a nibble. A friendly nibble, you know. It's like saying hi to somebody. Just a little chomp. You know, have you played the Elden Ring DLC? You know when the dancing lion does the grab attack, and it's like, chomp, chomp. You know that? Finally, after picking up the trail yet again near the river, I follow it until I reach a familiar spot and transform yet again.
No way.
It's been weeks, but traces of my den are still there. The weather has destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel is only half caved in, and evidence of the holes where I buried my snacks and supplies remain too. Has Silver been staying here? There aren't any signs of life more recent than mine. Still, her scent ends here, as if she just disappeared. Something rustles from near the collapsed den. Even with the moonlight, it's hard for me to see, so I change back into a fox, straining all my senses to detect anything. I don't. Nothing but me and the wind. Changing forms yet again, I still get the feeling that I'm not alone.
Hello?
Closing my eyes, I listen for any kind of response. A footstep or a whisper or even a breath. All I hear is silence.
Pitiful.
Oh yeah, call me pitiful. The voice is just inches from— I've been watching too much I'm in Love with the Villainous, I guess. And I leap away on pure instincts, spinning around to face Silver.
I gave you so many chances, and you failed every one of them.
Is that her tail right there? Do you see that? I don't know where she came from or how I didn't notice her, but she's here, slouching in the moonlight. Although I'm sure that, just like me, she could turn and run at a moment's notice. Or fight. I hope that's not what she wants, because I don't think I'd win.
How'd you do that? Sneak up on me like that, I mean. I didn't even have to try. I see nothing has changed since last time. If anything, the human pet has only gotten more docile.
I'm taking notes, by the way, of these dialogue lines. I'm gonna use them later.
Tell me, do they feed you scraps from a bowl as well?
That means you, Lana.
It's a plate, usually.
She certainly hasn't gotten any nicer since last time. But as harsh as she sounds, she remains at a distance, and I let myself relax a little. Now that I've had time to get used to her existence, she doesn't seem as intimidating. Even if I was more scared, I wouldn't want to show it like last time. Maybe it's because she reminds me of myself in some ways. What, do you need me to turn down the game volume next time? I can crank it down a little bit for you. Let me just do that real quick here. It's normally at like 69. We'll have it at like 72. Though her arms are crossed, one of her wrists shines in the moonlight from where her bead hangs on a strap. It's almost like looking in a mirror, or as different as any two people can be, but just by existing. I feel a kind of bond with her. Something wild. Behind her shawl, I can see her eyes narrow.
So you admit it, then. Perhaps it's for the best. A dog dreams of nothing more than its master's hand. You can close your eyes, forgetting what made you open them in the first place, and disappear.
Silver spits out her last words like a challenge, daring me to respond. Her eyes shine like the bead does. I don't respond, unsure how. Not because she's made me question myself, but because I don't think she believed what I have to say. It feels like it's been ages, but really, it's only been a few months that I've been here in New Zealand. Not even a year ago, didn't I feel the same way she does? Telling myself that I wasn't missing out on anything by being alone. Chasing down some dream for decades without even stopping to think about it. Just dreaming my way through life. How could I tell her that? What could I say that would change her mind? I already know the answer. There isn't anything. Sometimes there are no right words.
I see you've forgotten how to speak as well. But tell me, if you can, what was it you hoped to achieve by coming here? I could have left you chasing your tail in the dark if I'd wanted to. But you've somehow made me curious. I fail to imagine the desires of a hound.
I unhook my necklace and hold it in one hand. The pearls make a soft sound as I bang against each other, but my bead clatters loudly against its neighbor. It's still glowing, same as this morning.
Because I wanted to ask you something. If there was some way to stop her magic. Stop people from forgetting about us.
My fingers curl over the bead. I don't even have to see her face to know her reaction. She laughs just once and it sounds like a bark.
You managed to surprise me again. I didn't think even you
Okay, that wasn't much of a
so
bark.
shameless as to try and rid yourself of your gifts. Ignore them, perhaps, but to abandon them. You have outdone yourself, dog. Fitting that you wear it around your neck like a collar. As for forgetting, I can only guess at what you must mean. Don't think yourself the same as me. My magic is nothing like yours. It takes a different form in every one of our sisters. My sisters, I should say.
Then what does yours do instead?
I don't see why I should tell you that. A dog need not concern itself with affairs above its head.
This dog thing is getting pretty old, you know.
Then leave. I only chose to acknowledge you to satiate my own curiosity. It won't happen a second time. Goodbye, dog.
Quick as a flash, Silver transforms, the glow from her bead lingering for a moment in the air. Before her paws have all touched the ground, she's already running away. Soon, even her shining fur disappears into the night. I don't give chase. I never really expected her to answer my question in the first place. Still, I don't think this visit was a waste of time. Isn't there another choice ahead of this? Or I can either chase her, or not chase her? Before I leave, I take a final look around at my den. When I left here with Juliet months ago, I expected to be back soon. But since I never went back, I never really said goodbye. It wasn't much, even then, and it's less even now. Compared to some of the other hideouts I've made, I didn't stay here very long. Still, it's special. I'd have a hard time going back to sleeping on the ground instead of a bed again, even if I had to. Maybe it'll change in the future, but not now. I'm pretty sure that this will be the last den I ever made. Looking around, I'm all alone again, and it's silent. The birds that used to chirp and greet me in the morning are either sleeping or gone. Still.
Night-night, birdies.
I whisper a final farewell before changing forms and going dashing back to the library. After my late night encounter with Silver, I decided to sleep in a little bit longer than usual. But when I've head downstairs for breakfast, I find that I have still beaten Aspen to it.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning!
There are the usual 3 plates set, but only Juliet occupies the table. I take my seat as well.
No Aspen? I guess I can call her if I need to.
She sent me a message to say that she'll be here, but that she's running late this morning.
Oh my god. Right on cue, the front door opens and Aspen hurries inside, clutching some papers as well as her bag to her chest.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
It's no trouble.
We were just talking about you. You've got pretty good timing, huh?
Only sometimes. Speaking of which, I can't stay too long today, but there was something I wanted to talk to you both about in person.
What is it?
Yes.
Let me catch my breath for a moment.
Aspen collapses into her seat, leaving her bundle of stuff on her lap. There's already a mug of coffee prepared for her by Juliet, which Aspen gulps down in a matter of seconds. I feel kind of bad that I don't get to have the sweetness between Miho and Aspen every single time they meet. With Juliet and I watch in odd silence, Aspen scarfs down her meal in an equally short amount of time. I haven't touched my food at all yet. I'm not sure how she's supposed to catch her breath like this.
Did you forget to eat yesterday or something?
SMHing her head, Aspen shoves another piece of bread into her mouth, chewing and swallowing quickly. Finally, she puts down her utensils and sighs.
I'm in a bit of a hurry today.
I could tell.
Something tells me it's not on behalf of the Bell House.
No, not this time. The opposite, in a sense. I received this in the mail yesterday, after I got home from work.
She picks up the paper she brought with her and sets it on the table for us to see. It's a small envelope with a smaller letter inside. Aspen slides the letter out and starts to read.
It says, "Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a novel. Unfortunately, we do not find that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as
Fucking
such,
penguins.
must respectfully decline. Best wishes, Purple Penguin Publications."
These bastards. It takes me a minute to actually comprehend what she's saying. With everything else that's been going on involving Aspen, I had forgotten all about her book.
Oh, Aspen. I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. I wasn't expected to get accepted by everyone I sent it to. It's not the first notice I've received either. However, there are some revisions I'd already been thinking about making, and receiving this rejection notice inspired me to actually begin on them. I stayed up late last night making changes, which is why I was so
Was she
late
this
to arrive.
positive the first time around about that?
If and when I do find someone that will take it, I'm sure they'll be glad to know I've already begun making improvements.
How many are you still waiting to hear back from?
I don't even remember, to be honest. I mailed it to at least a dozen publishing houses. Maybe even twice that.
Whoa, that's a lot. At least one of them has to say yes, right?
That's my hope as well. However, I'm going to need to spend a lot more time working on it than I have been. Now that there's a draft complete, I can see all the different areas I need to touch up. So I won't be able to come by for breakfast quite as often. Now that I can call Miho, I'll check in that way every morning. But I won't be here in person as much.
Aww. All 3 of us pause, taking in the significance of Aspen's words. With only a couple exceptions, she's been here for breakfast almost every day I've been in Wellington. It never crossed my mind that she might stop doing that at some point.
You'll be missed, of course, but that's quite exciting to hear. I can't wait to be able to put a copy of your novel on the library's shelves.
Please, that's still a long, long way off. Picturing that has been a motivator for myself as well, though.
I feel like she's more positive about this.
Will we still see you again?
Of course! I'm not dead, you know. Just busy.
Right.
I asked Regina if I might be able to reduce my hours at the Bell House some, too. She wasn't thrilled, but she understood.
I think in this ending, she's taking a back foot in the Bell House, but committing more to this.
Dang it. Now how will I get free coffee?
You'll just have to pay like everyone else, I'm afraid. Or come by when I'm working. I'll still be there just as many days, but not for such
But I suppose it does kind of wrap up a lot of her work without us having to go through some of the
Will you be
painful
comfortable and ready to
moments,
write?
you know?
Occasionally, I'm sure. But it's easy to get distracted when I'm here. At home, I can just turn off my internet and get to work. That's what I tell myself I'll be doing, at least. Unfortunately, I do need to run for now. Since I overslept, I had to ask Lena to open without me. I have to get there before she burns the whole place down.
No wonder you were in such a rush.
Indeed. There's only so much time in the day, after all. But I wanted to say all this in person, since it may be a while before we see each other again.
Aspen carefully returns the letter to her envelope and then tosses that into her bag as she stands up.
Thank you for breakfast. It was lovely, as always.
Gonna see less Aspen.
You're most welcome. I hope you'll be able to join us again soon.
Bye, Aspen. Good luck.
Thank you. See you two later.
That's sad in its own way. I wave goodbye until Aspen's out of the library, with the door shut behind her. When I turn back to face Juliet, she's staring ponderously in the same direction.
You think she'll be okay?
I'm surprised she's doing as well as she is, all things considered. I had worried that receiving a rejection, which was nearly inevitable, would break her spirit. But it seems to have done the opposite.
Yeah.
Even though Aspen talks about how important her writing is to her all this time, it's something that I've always taken for granted about her. Just like how Juliet never leaves without her parasol, Aspen always has a pen and notepad with her. At some point I got so used to seeing them that I stopped really noticing. Now though, our whole routine will be different. Even though I know it's not a big deal and that I'll see her every day, at least in a video call, it feels like the last part of my former friendship with Aspen is gone. Okay, that part hit. Just another reminder that everything changes, whether I want it to or not. Sitting there in silence with Juliet, I can't help but think about her own sadness yesterday morning. Aspen isn't the only one who needs to be worried about.
Are you feeling any better today?
Even if she doesn't want to give me the details, I figure that it's safe to ask. Sure enough, she smiles at me.
I am, thank you. I'm sorry for leaving the way I did.
It's okay. I understand. You didn't hurt my feelings or anything, but I could tell you were hiding something. You don't have to tell me what it was, though.
Why does this ending insist that we all have depression? She nods, looking at me intently like she's searching for something. After a couple of seconds, I have to look away, unable to maintain eye contact for much longer.
Miho, could I ask you to keep a secret? From everyone.
Oh no.
But especially from Aspen.
Yeah.
As I say that, I can feel my throat tighten. What could she possibly want to tell me, and only me? Biting her lip, Juliet thinks about if she really wants to say whatever it is. Finally, she looks away from me and instead gazes out the window, where the blinds cover most of the light.
I might be leaving soon.
Don't you fucking dare.
Oh, where are you going?
To the underworld, most likely.
Don't you fucking dare.
But I don't think I'd be coming back.
Choke your ass before you go back to the underworld.
Oh.
That's all I can say. Oh. It's one of the last things I would have expected from her. The idea of Juliet not being in here is inconceivable. As inconceivable as the sky not being here.
As I said, it's only a possibility right now. Hardly a commitment or a guarantee.
Don't blame me. Blame the writers. They made this the worst timeline.
It's simply something I've been contemplating.
They can't stop hurting me. Once the initial shock wears off, I fly to my feet, smacking the table as I lean forward.
What about Aspen, though?
library? What about everything?
What about me? I want to ask, but I don't.
Those are questions I've been pondering too. Someone else could take over the library in my stead. Most of the books and other items could remain here. Or perhaps this place could be reborn as something other than a library. It would be the decision of whoever came after me. As for Aspen, I'm sure she'd be sad at first, but she has her own life, and other things to fill it with. Her writing, her friends, her work.
Is Juliet doing this to dodge emotional damage? That's what it feels like. Because I feel like Juliet doesn't want to be there when Aspen dies. Yeah, she's running away from that. She's running away from potential emotions she might feel for Miho. That's all it is. If Miho was to become mortal, Miho would die too. Aspen's just running away from it. Or sorry, Juliet's just running away from it all right now.
Aspen's strong, as we've seen.
Why don't you want me to tell her?
My voice comes out as just a whisper.
I'll tell her when the time is right. There's no need to have it weighing on her mind when it may not even come to pass.
I slump back to my seat, staring at the ground. I still can't fully believe what I'm hearing. And yet, how could I not understand?
And as for you, Miho.
Slowly, I look back up, meeting her gaze only for her to glance away immediately.
I'm sorry. I'd stay in touch, of course. With you and with Aspen. Phones work in the underworld nowadays.
Although she smiles as she says that, we both know it's a small consolation. She drops it almost immediately.
I'm sorry.
To my own surprise, I manage to shake my head.
No, don't be sorry. I get it.
No, Miho. Fight back against it.
I mean, I don't get it, but I do. What it's like to have to leave or be somewhere else. I know that feeling.
Gently, Juliet reaches across the table, the tips of her fingers barely touching my hand.
You'll always have a home here. With or without me. The library is yours if you want it.
I shake my head again. I don't know I want that. This library only exists because of Juliet. It's only home because of Juliet. Without her, it's just a building, just 4 walls and a roof. It feels like those walls are closing in. I take a deep breath, pushing down the rising feelings inside me.
You said your mind's not made up, right?
Yes. I have my reasons for leaving, but I have reasons to stay as well.
Okay.
You among them.
That just
Say
means
it.
I have to find a way to make you want to stay.
If I think of this as a task, as a problem to be solved, then it's easier. I can't act like it's already too late and let myself go overwhelmed with bad feelings. Juliet's jaw drops, but like always, she quickly regains her composure. I can't help but notice the way she struggles to find words at first.
I couldn't ask that for you. Besides, you and Aspen are already 2 of those reasons. The biggest 2, in fact.
What about the opposite? The ones that make you want to leave?
Juliet doesn't go to the underworld in Aspen's ending.
Those are more complicated. I'm sorry, Miho. I know how this must all come across to you. It's difficult for me to explain when I'm still sorting out my own feelings, though. I promise I'll tell you when I can.
She has more to tell her than what she's letting on. We look across the table at each other. It's uncomfortable making eye contact like this, and a big part of me wants to look away. But also, I can feel there's something different about this moment. Like I'm really seeing Juliet. And I can tell she's being as honest with me as she can. Maybe for the first time ever. I can tell that this isn't easy for her either. Finally, I nod, staring at our linked hands. I really do understand.
I won't tell Aspen,
like you asked.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean I won't try my best to make you want to stay either. Can you tell me one thing, though?
She hesitates, tensing up. I'll just ask.
Does it have anything to do with the other vampire who came here a few days ago?
Her shoulders relax and her lips curve just barely upwards. That's not what Juliet thought she was gonna ask.
I should have known you saw him.
Sorry. I wasn't trying to. He flew right past my window, though.
It's fine. It's not a secret. That was Ezekiel, a vampire much older and wiser than I. Prefers to keep his own company, which is why you haven't met him. Very few people have. To answer your question, somewhat. We first met in the underworld, but he also came to the overworld before I did. When I first arrived here, he was the one who offered me guidance and advice.
I told you she was going to him for
Even helped me
guidance.
get here in the first place. Now, many years later, he too is preparing to return home for a long, well-deserved rest.
Wait a second.
When I heard of his intentions, it planted the seeds of that in my mind. Or rather, helped it take root. It had already been on my mind.
Don't make this worse, Juliet.
I see.
Makes sense that she'd know other vampires, even if I never see them myself. I wonder what he must be like for Juliet to call him wise. Juliet leans back in her chair, retracting her hand with a sigh.
Thank you for hearing me out. Will you be okay, Miho?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just surprised is all.
I know. I thought you would be, but I didn't want to hide it from you any longer.
Thanks. I'm glad you told me. It makes the other stuff make sense too.
Quiet sadness when she looks around. The way she talks about the library. In her heart, she's already said goodbye, hasn't she? I will stand up, ready to go our separate ways. Although I feel shaken by our conversation, I'm also relieved to understand her a little more. It's better than just wondering. With one final smile, Juliet passes me by.
Good night, Miho.
Night.
Hug her, you idiot. I slowly make my way to the front desk and sit down, getting started on autopilot. Making Juliet want to stay will be hard, especially on my own. Is it just even fair for me to try? She never pressured me to stay here, she just gave me reasons to want to. I think that's the important part. They have to be her reasons, not mine. Trying is all I can do. If it's not enough, that's not enough. Either way, there's one thing that I know for sure. I need to make every minute that I can spend with her count. This ending is ridiculous. This ending is so painful. Jesus Christ. The ending with Aspen has a little bit of pain and suffering, but like very, very little in comparison to this. Fucking Juliet's is like just like strapping you to a car and like driving you along the road. Jesus Christ. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes as I get a call. I check it, expecting to see Juliet or Aspen, but I'm surprised. Well, not surprised when I see that it's Lena.
Hello?
Miho, I need your help. It's an emergency.
What? What's wrong?
Come to the park. I'll tell you there.
The call ends when Lena hangs up. I have no clue what's going on, but it sounds serious. I put on my shoes and hurry to the park as fast as I can. It does, like, so, from the second that Aspen invites us to a movie, it starts to be painful. And that was like 3 hours ago, man. It's been non-stop pain for like 3 hours. I'm glad that I titled the stream Emotional Damage. I have a feeling it'll get better from here on out. You're not okay? I'm not okay either. I have a feeling it'll be better from here on out, though. I think we're past the brunt of the emotional damage, I think. There might be a little more emotional damage, but I think we're almost there. Just have to keep pushing a little longer. When I get there, I quickly spot Lena, her bright pink outfit making it easy.
Lena, what's happening?
Oh, Miho, good thing you're here. It's a disaster. Cyrus asked me to be in a play with him.
A play? Wait, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it?
I love
I
Lena.
thought you were hurt or something. You said it was an emergency.
It is. I have to give him my answer soon.
I sigh and force myself to come down to Lena's level. I was expecting to find out someone was hurt, so I'm relieved that that's not the case.
Okay, I don't get it. Why is that such a bad thing? I thought you wanted to spend time with him.
I do, but that's a lot of responsibility. He wants me to play Siegfried, and he'd be the White Swan.
I don't know the characters, but that seems a little backwards. Are you
Is that
afraid
back-
you can't do it?
Wait, was it the other way around in the other playthrough?
Sort of. I'm afraid that if something went wrong, that'd ruin any chance I have.
Are we actually in the Twilight Zone right now? Seeing Lena be so nervous about something is the total opposite of what I normally expect from her. Even during the other activities we tried, she always gave it her all.
When do you have to give him an answer?
Today! That's why it's an emergency!
Whoa, can't you tell him you need longer to think about it?
Well, it's already been a while. I thought I'd make up my mind by now, but I still haven't. What do you think I should do?
Just then, I noticed Cyrus himself walking up the path towards us.
Oh, there he is.
Lena turns to see him, then looks back to me with fright.
I'm out of time!
She tries to put on a cool face as Cyrus reaches the two of us.
Hi there. Sorry to bug you, Lena, but have you decided yet?
Not yet. Still thinking about it, sorry!
It's already been a week.
Nuh-uh, not for another 43 minutes. Then it'll have been a week.
Both Cyrus and I just stare at her.
Can you make up your mind in the next 43 minutes?
You bet I can.
Okay. I'll
You
just
bet
answer.
I can.
Wait, for real?
Do I look like I'm joking?
I can never really tell.
Cyrus sighs.
Look, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but I need to know so I can ask someone else. I already have someone cast for all the other main roles. It's just Siegfried and a couple extras that are left.
Finally, he looks at me.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
It's okay. We were just talking about you.
Wait, you know who I am?
Yeah, we've met before. We were partners at that painting class.
Huh. I was trying to remember who I was paired up with. I have the picture I made, but it didn't really help much.
Yeah, I have this magic where people forget about me after a day if I don't talk to them again.
I've had to explain this so many times by now that it just feels normal to talk about.
Really? I think I have that too, except it's not magic. How do you and Lena know each other then?
We do a vid call every day. I talk about my life and Miho talks about hers.
So far, that's only really half true, but I don't mind.
I see. Say, Miho, right? How would you feel about being a tree?
A tree.
Yeah, in the play, I mean. There's still a couple small parts like that that I need to fill.
Oh!
Lena's face lights up with excitement.
If you do it, I'll do it!
Wait.
My immediate reaction is to say no. Being up on stage in front of people is a lot for me, no matter how much better I've gotten at talking. But it seems like it would be helping out Lena and Cyrus too. You know what I just realized? Right this second? Today was my my 2-month streamiversary. It's the 11th. And my first stream was on May 11th. Yeah. Accidental 2-month stream anniversary.
What would I have to do?
Stand there. Haven't you seen a tree before?
That's it.
That's it?
I sigh the heaviest sigh of my life. I hope I don't regret this.
Fine.
Both of them perk up and I see an actual smile on Cyrus's face for maybe the first time ever.
Cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah, my first stream was what, fucking Baldur's Gate 3, and it was a stream where, I had the this game is so, this game is so easy quote. And in comparison, this one is just awful, man. I've been getting a dagger just driven through my heart over and over today.
We're gonna be great! You're gonna be the best tree in the play!
This game is so much harder than Baldur's Gate 3. Honor mode. Way harder.
Rehearsal starts soon. I'll send you both the info. I guess I'll need to talk to you every day too, right?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to ask me every time.
Oh, let's make a group chat!
Lena instantly pulls out her phone and starts tapping.
I'm not sure.
Done!
I feel my phone shake in my pocket and I see Cyrus check his as well.
I guess that works. Anyway, thanks, both of you. See you at rehearsal.
See ya!
Bye.
Cyrus takes off, leaving Lena and I by ourselves.
Thanks as well. I feel a lot better having someone else I know be there.
Is the cat carrier emote ready? No, still not ready. Twitch is having a hard time figuring out that, oh god, don't play my own voice. Twitch is having a hard time figuring out that, a cat carrier is not an inappropriate thing. Alright, where were we?
No prob. Although, I'm not so sure about being in front of a crowd. Plus, all the other actors will forget who I am unless I talk to them too.
Maybe we can make a really big group chat. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if you're just gonna be an extra. It'd be a bigger problem if you were gonna have a speaking role.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been in a play before?
Not since I was in school, but I know the story and the parts,
Oh
so
my god,
it
it's
should be
getting
okay.
so...
Now that I've decided, I'm gonna do my best.
It's getting so hot in here now, I just realized. Now she seems more like the Lena I know, fiery and full of energy. That was surprisingly easy. A surprisingly easy emergency to deal with.
In fact, I'm gonna go start practicing. See you soon!
I wave goodbye as Lena leaves. I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. Not long after the sun went down, it started to get pretty cold. Clouds came in out of nowhere and so did the wind. I find myself sitting on the windowsill looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs up on the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in the trees and valleys, it must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like I used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an abandoned shed or empty shed or abandoned house. She's rude and abrasive, and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gumio I've met, I can't help but care about her, just a little. I doubt she feels the same way about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either in her shoes. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold with everything turning to mud around you, or shivering under a tree that blocks most but not all of the rain. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if that's the first time someone's wished that for her. Alright, we'll have like one more scene here and then I'll save. The next day, the rain has stopped, but it's still gross and wet outside. Dreary, as Aspen put it. Still, it's a busy day, as busy a day as ever seen at the library. Oh, I know what scene this is. My main job is stopping people at the door and getting them to wipe the mud off their shoes before they can go in. I care a lot about it because my secondary job is cleaning up mud off the carpet. The door swings open and a big cyclops stops in, looking around.
Hiya! Welcome to the library. Wipe your feet before you come in.
Ah, pardon. I won't be here long. I don't mean to get in your way. I'm just looking for a friend.
It's Mr. Kim.
Who's your friend?
Oh, no one. I'm sure he'd said he'll be here, but I don't see him. I'll try again later.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do apologize if I got any dirt on your floor.
I can't believe Mr. Kim is a cyclops. Apologizing all the way back of the door, the cyclops leaves as quickly as he came. The door stays shut, which gives me a minute to find some fresh towels and rags. Once the entryway is as tidy as I can get it, I sit behind the desk to work on my reading and writing. It isn't long before the door swings open again, but it shuts before anyone enters, and I can hear grumbling from outside.
Come on, Pippa. At least hold the door.
I'm protecting the notebook. You get the door.
Here, let me.
The corridor pops open one more time, and 3 kids in matching uniforms trudge in. 2 of them, including the one carrying a notebook, who must be Pippa, look around in awe while the other girl approaches me.
Hello there, miss. My name's Cello.
We love cello around here.
Here in New Zealand for a class trip, and we're supposed to research and put together a project on a special place in Wellington. We were hoping you might have some suggestions for where to start. Hey, I'm Miho. But, I'm not the best person to ask, really. I've only lived here for a couple months. But I know a couple people who might be able to help. One of them's at work right now. The other one also lives here at the library, but she's asleep right now.
Did you say she lives here?
And did you say also?
Armand, Pippa, please.
Also,
I'm sorry my 2 friends don't know how to not be so nosy. It's fine, it's fine. Juliet, she's the one who owns this place. And I both live here. I have a room upstairs.
That sounds like it would be too good to be true. Think about it. You'd have all kinds of books around for inspiration.
Or just for reading. It'd be impossible to get bored in a place like this.
You'd be surprised. But you guys aren't the first ones to say that.
Is it alright if we look around?
It is a library, you know. They're meant for looking around.
estimating my head.
It's still polite to ask.
Yep, it's fine. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
Is Pippa a Vieira or is she a donkey?
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The noisy pair head off to browse the books. Although they seem like carefree kids, I can tell they're handling books with respect, as Juliet would say. The third girl, Cello, stays by the desk.
Ms. Miho? Since you're new here, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions about your experiences?
She also has a notebook with her, although it's smaller than Pippa's. It reminds me of the ones Aspen always carries with her.
Sure, I don't mind. But, like I said, I don't know much about Wellington, or New Zealand at all. That's okay. It's why I wanted to ask. I also haven't lived in Amarina for very long. I'm not even from the underworld. My family and I just moved there, so I don't know it the same way Armand and Pippa do. I hope that didn't sound weird. I know what you mean. Don't worry.
It's very well
I'm
spoken.
not from the underworld either. Go ahead. Ask away. Thank you.
She takes a seat in one of the chairs near me, tail curling around one of the legs.
Is there anything you wish you'd known before you came here?
Looking out the window, I see my answer.
I wish I'd known how Rainier was going to be. I wasn't prepared for it at first. Do you not like the rain? I love it. It reminds me of being home in the ocean.
I think Mr. Kim said something about the fickleness of the weather. She flaps her tail enthusiastically.
I wish it would rain every day. That was one of the hardest things to get used to when my family moved on shore to Amarina. It's so dry, even with the canals. Is there anything that makes this city different from others you've been to? Or anything you miss? It's hard to say. I've made more friends than I have anywhere else. Maybe it's something about the people. Everyone I've met has been really friendly. So, there's not too much that I don't have here. Oh, that's good to know. It's
not always easy for me to talk to people, so I've been worried about doing this report.
I just realized I can use the enter key instead of clicking.
I'm the same way. I think you're doing just fine.
Thanks, Ms. Miho. Did you ever have a project like this when you were in school?
Well, I didn't really go to school, so to speak.
Were you homeschooled?
Something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I just have one more
Totally
question.
homeschooled.
Do you have a favorite place in Wellington so far?
My favorite place?
I think I said the Bell House last time. So I'm gonna say library this time, I think. So last time I said Bell House because I was like, oh, my girlfriend works at the Bell House. And now I'm single and alone, so... now I'm single and alone, so library.
Right here at the library. It's where I can relax, have a meal, or take a nap. Being out in the city is fun, but nothing beats being at home.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself.
After writing down all my answers, Cello puts down her pen.
Maybe that's the problem. No matter what, it's going to be hard for us to write if we don't see anything for ourselves. Thanks for answering all my questions. We're going to be here all week, so we'll probably come back with more.
Anytime. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. I'll go make sure my friends aren't causing any problems either.
Poor Miho, single and alone. They're not, luckily, and after a while all three of them leave the library again.
Nice kittens.
This is gonna be short and probably won't matter too much, so I'll do this before we leave for the day. Let's go to Cuba Street. It's a little hot today, so I sit in the shade of a shop's awning and enjoy the small bit of air conditioning that floats around the front door every time a customer passes through. It makes me think about how funny humans are, so determined to stay in one place that they'll build entire machines to blow hot or cold air if the weather isn't to their liking. In nature, you either adapt or move on. As a fox, I love being in heat. The hot weather means lots of fruits and bugs to snack on, and lying out in brambles and letting my fur get all nice and warm. But in this form, well, it's a little less efficient, and I can't really pant the same way I can as a fox. Do you want to test that? Or rather, I can, but people would stare at me funny. Come to think of it, why am I even here? I'm gonna go run around as a fox for a while. Okay. I'm gonna save here for the day. Go ahead and save. Next time we play this, we're gonna hope for a little less emotional damage. Let's see if there's somebody to raid. But thank you all so much. I see I do have some people I follow already. But thank you all so much. Let's take a look, see if there's anyone playing Please Be Happy right now. Let's see. You couldn't find channels based on your filters. Okay, what about Valhalla? Cyberpunk bartender action. I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if they have. Just speak English. I can also check Highway Blossoms real quick. I want to make sure that whoever I raid speaks English and is comfortable with that. Because I wouldn't want to be caught in a situation where I can't communicate with the raid target. Why don't I send you all to Rinare, who's playing Final Fantasy XIV. I haven't raided her in like a month and a half, which is why I'm suggesting it now. I'll send you to her. She's doing some Endwalker side content, or yeah, Endwalker side content right now. Yeah, let's go ahead and send you there. so it's not going to be too much of spoilers for you guys. If you haven't played Final Fantasy XIV, don't feel free to have to stay. But yeah, I haven't rated her in like so long, so I'm going to send you guys over to her. So thank you all so much for joining me today. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Final Fantasy Friday. We also might have a quick visual novel personality test game that we're going to play at the start. So I will see you all. Thank you all so much for joining me today and supporting me on this emotionally damaging journey. I'll see you all tomorrow.